and let's begin Fear of Sacrifice in the Freedom Movement Extended Edition. All right, folks. So let's jump in. Again, this presentation was originally given as part of the Conscious Resistance Activation Tour, which toured over 20 cities. Derek Brose's group called the Conscious Resistance hosted this. Of course, Derek is a member of One Great Work Network. And on this activation tour, he stopped through Philadelphia on October 22nd, and he asked me to deliver a presentation. This is the topic that I chose. And again, as I said, I had only 45 minutes to deliver it. So today we're going to take our time unpacking the concepts in this presentation because I think they're as important as any other presentation that I've given, including when I went through Fake-Ass Anarchists to break that one down on this season of What on Earth is Happening. Fear of sacrifice is one of the main things that is holding people back in what I call, and what other people would call, putting skin in the game in the freedom, the work to create true freedom within humanity and to end slavery, end the slavery of government that our species is currently living in, the condition of slavery. So part of the problem is that a lot of people want to sit back on the sidelines and they want to watch it like it's a movie on a screen, and they don't want to get personally involved. And this presentation is all about trying to inspire people and, quite frankly, tell them that if they don't get involved, they are really committing a truly shameful act. And it's not just about shaming them into doing something, but it is about explaining to them that if you claim to know what's going on in human life on this planet right now, if you claim that you're in any way knowledgeable, and you are sitting back on the sidelines watching other people do this work to try to morally educate people about natural law, about objective morality, about the difference between right behavior and wrong behavior, about the immorality and moral illegitimacy of government in general, about what anarchy truly is, about what someone's rightful property is, about what our true rights are, the actions that we may perform because they do not initiate harm to other sentient beings. If you claim to know anything about any of those topics, if you claim to know anything about what's really taking place in our world instead of the government-sponsored narratives that are put out over the lying, prostitute mainstream media, and you are not active in your approach to telling people this in a public and widely available format, meaning online, not just saying it to your neighbor next door, not just trying to say it to a family member that you want to try to convince, but putting the information out there widely and freely so that anyone in the world with an internet connection can receive that information if they so choose. And if you claim, I don't have the time to learn that, if you claim I'm just not smart enough, if you claim I don't want to be a public figure because I'm just a private person, you're just shirking personal responsibility. You're just being lazy. You're just being cowardly. And that's what this whole presentation is going to be about. It's going to be hard to hear for some. And guess what? I make no apologies. I make zero apologies for the bluntness and the force which I delivered this presentation with when I gave it in person here in Philadelphia. Some people left the room. I was personally told that some people literally walked out and left the room. And guess what? That's one of the first things I told them. If you're a weakling, if you're somebody that can't handle truth, if you're somebody who's a wishy-washy little boy, if you're somebody who's a wishy-washy little girl, and you haven't grown into full, true, cosmic adulthood, and you don't have your emotions under enough control that you could hear hard, uncomfortable truth, then this presentation isn't meant for you. It's meant for the strong. It's meant for the strong-willed. It's meant for the people who are going to push forward in spite of the horror. And they're going to do something because they know something can be done, and something will be done, and something is being done. Whether it's going to be enough is another story entirely. That's going to depend on how many more people get personally involved and stop watching from the sidelines. All right, so that's what this presentation is ultimately all going to be about. And that's why I felt it was so important that I want to deliver it again in an extended format. So let's move on. And this is the caveat that I gave in the room, and this is the caveat that I'll give online to those who will be watching this on the internet. Mental children, and again, once again, the term mental children can apply to any age. I put a child here with his hands on his ears, acting like a little brat, like most people really act like when they hear hard truth, right? I put it here to represent what people are internally. It doesn't mean you're actually a child, obviously. It means that you're a child in your mental capacity and in your emotional development. So mental children, people who haven't grown up regardless of their biological age, should leave the room now. And again, figuratively leave the room. Meaning if you're a mental child, turn the broadcast off. You're not going to be able to handle it because you're a punk little child. You're a bratty little weak child internally, in the mind, right? So I'm putting this out there to, if people want to take offense to it before even listening to one word, that's what I'm confrontationally doing this. Because the presentation isn't meant for you. It's meant for people who are hardened. It's meant for people who are tough. It's not meant for little jellyfish that are going to lie there doing nothing anyway. You can't possibly help us. There is no way that people like that can possibly help us. So, what I am attempting to do here is reach the people who are actually going to do something. Reach the people who are actually listening, who have been listening, but they're not yet truly active. There are people who have potential to do something, but currently, right now, they simply haven't gotten started. And there's tons of reasons for that. There's tons of reasons why people haven't begun. One, they're afraid of losing their privacy. This is a huge one. People think if you hide and you don't make your name known that you're going to somehow be safer than other people. You're absolutely delusional, number one. 100% absolute delusion if you believe that nonsense. And we'll get into talking about all this throughout the presentation. But I'm trying to explain to people who I'm trying to reach. This presentation is not going to be for everyone, folks. As I said, I'm not intending it to be for everyone, and I'm starting it confrontationally, deliberately. This is deliberately done to turn people away who aren't the people who I'm looking for as part of this presentation. To get you to understand that you got to have skin in the game. You personally, if you claim to understand what's going on, you have to get involved. So, my caveat is, mental children should leave the room now so the real adults can talk. Okay? Once again, you're going to hear things that are uncomfortable. You're going to hear things that are going to make you angry. You're going to hear things that are going to make you want to turn it off. If you're a little fucking baby, go ahead and shut the fucking show off. Let's just put it like that. Let's just be an asshole about it and get that out of the way automatically. If you're the little fucking brat in this image, this presentation isn't intended for you. Because more than likely, you're some kind of a loser who isn't ever going to get activated, and your time is not well spent even bothering to watch. If you're on the fence about getting involved, if you're on the fence about actually doing something publicly, then you're going to want to listen to this presentation, and it's going to really help you to understand why you should stop waiting to get involved. So I said here on this slide, I'm going to hit people with hardcore, uncomfortable truth in this presentation. Unfortunately, most people don't want to hear it, especially the people who already believe that they are quote unquote on the right side, but actually are not engaged in doing what is truly right. That's what this presentation's about. It's about people who claim that they're the good guys. Once again, I always talk about people have an erroneous notion of what it means to be a good person. And part of that is, if you're sitting back doing nothing, and if you're watching all the evil that's going on this planet go on without challenging it with your voice publicly, don't tell me you're truly a good person, because you're not. If you're not involved in some capacity in getting that information out to people, please don't lie to yourself, and don't lie to me, and don't lie to other people that you're actually good, because you're not good. That's the problem, is that people have a false notion in their mentation of what it means to be good. They've been told a false definition of goodness by their religious leaders, so-called, by their parents, by their family members, by their friends, by their school teachers, by the media, by the government. You've been lied to about what it means to be a good person. And that's the whole problem in a nutshell. You believe that being a good person just means you yourself don't actively harm other people and steal from them, and that you have this intention of wanting things to work out for the better. That's not what a good person is or does. A good person recognizes that evil is going on largely unchallenged. And if it's ever going to get any better, if the world situation, if the human condition is ever going to get any better in our lifetimes or at all, you have to speak the truth into creation. You have to speak the truth into the minds and into the hearts of our fellow human beings. They're constantly being bombarded with the lie everywhere. Again, I ask the question, how many people have put forward the lie that one human being hears over a course of a lifetime? How many voices of the lie have spoken the lie, and it's been broadcast to them through one mechanism or another, and they've taken in something that is false into their internal psychological makeup over the course of their lifetime? Imagine from the time one person is a small child to the time that they're a full-grown adult, and then later into their older adulthood. How many people have told them things that are false? And then compare that number with how many people have actually reached them with the voice of truth. And then you will understand why the world is in the current condition that it is in. There will be no mistake and no doubt about it. So, the caveat here is telling people, I'm not looking for wishy-washy people. I'm not looking for the wishy-washy, okay? I am looking for people who are going to listen to this, take it to heart, really think about their behavior, where it has been up to this point, and who will make an effort to attempt to understand what they have failed to do by getting involved and folks, I'm hearing some kind of an echo coming from someplace. Just give me a moment to see if I can work this out and see where this is coming from. Give me 1 second here. I'm sorry, I'm having some audio issues here. All right, I think that took care of it. Okay, so once again, The people who I'm trying to reach, again, this is important for people to understand. It's the people who claim that they understand right from wrong. It's the people who claim that they understand what's really going on in our world. It's the people who claim that they understand that the current human condition is slavery. Okay? Yet, they have not gotten involved on the battlefield for whatever reason, and we'll talk about the reasons that are the things that are holding them back. Okay? They are sitting on the sidelines and not truly getting involved. And that's because they either don't want to be public figures. They're afraid to speak publicly. They think they're somehow protected or made safe by not speaking out. Hold on a moment, folks. I'm still having this issue here. I'm going to just try to track this for a second. Check 1 2. Sorry about that, folks. All right, I think it's corrected. All right. It's just having an echo go on somewhere in the room is very distracting. I'm not really sure what occurred, but all right, we're back. Okay, so hold on. Check 1 2. All right, we're back. All right, I definitely got it resolved now. I apologize for having to unplug that cable and cut my mic for a moment, but it's definitely resolved now. That's going to help get my attention on track, not hearing an echo of my own voice. So, again, going back to the concept of this is for people who aren't activated yet, but claim to know. And what I'm trying to reach is their moral capacity for understanding what a good person does during times of evil running amok. A good person doesn't sit back and do nothing and watch. A good person doesn't not get involved because they're afraid of becoming a public figure, of having their voice heard, and then putting a target on them by evil. A good person doesn't do nothing when future generations are being enslaved. That's not the definition of what a good person does in their behavior, in their actions. And how many people are doing this? How many people will not speak out? See, that's how evil is put down, by showing people how it works. Evil is put down by being exposed because it wants to do all of its work in darkness. Once you shine the light on it, evil's power diminishes. Are we truly doing that? I know I'm doing it as part of what on earth is happening. But each person has to ask themselves that question. And that's what this presentation is designed to do, to get you in your own psychological makeup, to go within and ask, what are you really doing? What are you yourself truly doing to try to improve the situation? And guess what? The answer for most people is you're yapping on social media if you're doing anything. And that's not reaching anybody. That's not how you reach people. And I'm not saying don't say anything to people on social media. I'm saying if that's the only thing that you're doing, you're not truly really doing anything. You got to create things that are permanent. You got to create media that you could put out into the world that will be there in the next 1,000 years. And you do that by distributing it on drives. You do that by distributing it on discs. You do that by distributing it on platforms that are uncensorable or largely uncensorable. And we'll talk about those dynamics later. So again, this slide is highlighting a lot of people believe that they're a good person, but they're not really truly engaged in doing what is right. And that doesn't make you a good person. Good people speak out during times of evil and enslavement. Good people challenge those systems publicly. They don't sit back cowering in the corner, worried about, oh, I'll be a public person. Worried about, oh, I'll paint a target on myself if I speak out. All that kind of thinking makes someone as a coward. It doesn't make them a good person. And this is what I see all over the place in the freedom movement, in the freedom community, is people with asses in the chair instead of at the platform, at the podium. Get your ass out of the chair and get it on the podium. Get your ass out of the chair and put it in the seat where you're going to broadcast your podcast from, or where you're going to make a documentary from. You know, this is the whole problem, is that the voice of the lie massively outweighs the voice of the truth. And that's sad, but true. So let's move on to the next slide. Just about everybody in this movement, the so-called freedom movement, what I've called the My Freedom movement, it's not a true public freedom movement for all, it's the My Freedom movement, because it's filled with people who are totally egotistical and only give a damn about themselves. They care about their time. They care about their money. They care about their, my. You know, that's all it is. It's the My Freedom movement. I care about my job. I care about my money. I care about my. The My Freedom movement. These aren't people saying I'm concerned about freedom for everyone. Most of them, the only reason they got involved in this so-called movement, it's not a movement. A movement has to go someplace. This movement has gone nowhere, so you can't accurately describe it as a movement. In the first place, you know, these will be the first people to say, I want freedom to manifest, but most of them aren't even concerned about freedom manifesting for everyone. They're concerned about it manifesting for themselves. And I've made no bones about it. I've not minced my words, and I've been right up in people's face in the freedom movement. The vast majority of them are selfish, egotistical, borderline Satanists, quite frankly. They're also lying to themselves and others about what will bring freedom about. The minarchists out there don't understand that you can't have a little bit of slavery. The supporters of the police out there don't understand that if you have policing, you have slavery. That's an unpopular sentiment, but it's still true. I talked about all the reasons endlessly why police at all is an equivalency of slavery. And why it's infinitely more dangerous to have a group of people that people believe are their authorities than it is to have thugs just running around harming people who no one believes are an authority, a rightful authority. So you got tons and tons and tons of problems in the so-called freedom movement. That's why I put it in quotes. It's not a real freedom movement. It's a freedom movement so-called. We don't have a freedom movement. We'll have a freedom movement when just about every voice out there who's advocating for freedom is talking about objective morality, natural law, the slavery of the system, and what true anarchy really is, and calling out fake-ass anarchists who aren't doing anything to promote the cause of true anarchy. So you got a bunch of people out there who aren't really doing anything to advance the cause of human freedom, but they're saying they want to achieve the state of human freedom. It's yapping. It's yapping. That's what most people in the freedom movement are doing. You're flapping your gums. You're saying you want something. And then when somebody explains to you what the real world requirements are of the thing that you say you want, you tell them to go fuck off. You tell them to get lost. You tell them they don't know what they're talking about. And you go back to your selfish fucking ways. That's what most people in this movement are all about. And you know what? That's how you know I'm the real deal, folks. Because I don't give a fuck about offending people. I don't care about offending you. I'll tell you, shut the fucking show off. Get so offended, you shut the fucking show off and you don't listen to the next word I say. I don't care about offending people. And I do care about you actually understanding the truth. But you have to want it. And if you hear it and you want to lie to yourself and say that isn't true, go fuck yourself. How about that? I'm saying what's true. I'm not saying anything that's a lie. I'm saying what's true. I've repeatedly verified it with the trivium method. I don't think it's the truth. I'm definitively positive that it's the truth. And that's not my ego speaking. That's reality. That's understanding how to learn something and how to verify whether it's true or not. And I've done that process. Most people out there haven't. And they're talking out their ass. They're talking out just from their emotions, just from their likes and dislikes, their whims and preferences. I'm not. I'm speaking from a place of objective morality. And I'm telling people objective reality and objective morality. And I'm telling people your mentality isn't in the right place to manifest true freedom if your actions aren't aligned with what you say you want. And your actions aren't aligned with what you say you want if you're not involved on the battlefield. That's true. Get as offended as you fucking want. See, I told you the presentation is largely belligerent and confrontational. That's what it's meant to be. And I'm probably going to deliver it in more of a hardcore form in this format on my own show than I did in person at somebody else's event. Because I'm going to say what I really want to say to people out there. Part of it is cathartic in nature, in getting out what I really want to say about what I really think of most people. And that's my prerogative because this is my fucking show. You don't like it? Shut it the fuck off. It's going to be like that. So most people are gum flappers. They're gum flappers and they're yappers. Yapping on and on like some fucking clown about what they say they want to manifest in the world. And then they say, I'm going to put my intention behind this. And then when you ask them, do you understand the requirements for achieving that? And is your behavior in alignment with those requirements? Are your actions that you're performing in alignment with those requirements? Or are you just fucking concerned about your fucking self? Are you only worried about your shit? Are you only worried about what happens to you? Are you only worried about your resources? Are you only worried about your fucking time? And you turn the fucking microscope onto the self. What is the self doing? Don't point the finger externally for a moment, for 1 millisecond, until you turn the microscope onto the self and say, what am I actually doing? How am I involved? Am I involved in the dynamic of the solution, or am I actually just part of the fucking problem? Or even if you're not directly part of the problem, are you indirectly a part of it because you're not really putting the truth out into the world for other people to consider? So many people just want their fucking selfish lives to live. They just want their fucking selfish lives to live. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to sacrifice. You can't solve this problem by living a selfish life. You can't solve the problem of human slavery by living a selfish life. You can't solve the problem of human slavery by living a selfish life. If all you're saying is, I don't have the time to learn that. I don't have the time to do that. I got to do this for me, for me, for me, for me, for me, for me. You're part of the fucking problem. Get as offended as you like. It's still the truth. It's going to be the fucking truth no matter how much you don't like it or how much you don't want to fucking hear it. I'm going to turn up the intensity in this one and probably next week too, because I've been very, very nice over this whole season for the most part. And people are going to hear what I really think in this one. Not that I really don't say what I really think at other times too, but you're really going to hear what I think about the whole so-called movement in this presentation. Because most of it is a total fucking laughing joke. And your owners, the Satanists who own you, that's how they think about you too. And guess what? They're right. They're right. Because look at what we've allowed to happen through our collective inaction. Some people are very active. Some people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Some people are doing the right thing. But it's a pissant few. It's a pissant, piss in a pot amount. And it's not good enough. It's not even close to being good enough. And the problem is, everybody else just wants you to like them. Everybody else just wants you to donate to them. Everybody else just wants you to give them fucking money. And I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. If that comes, it comes. And it'll come because I'm doing the right thing. Not because people fucking like me. That's how you know I'm the real deal and I'm not some fucking fraud like most other people in this movement. I'll tell you to your face when you're part of the fucking problem, whether you want to hear it or not, and I don't give a shit whether you support my effort. Do I want that to happen? Yes, but only if I'm telling people the truth and doing the right thing as a result. Then help will come. And it's proven that that's how it works time and time and time and time again. So I have no worries or no fear about offending people and putting them off. You know, if you're the kind of fucking loser that's going to get offended by this hardcore truth, then you're not the kind of person I'm looking for anyway. I'm looking for the people who have the strength to hear this, push forward in spite of it, and actually then do the right thing. And some people are doing it because I've lit a fire under their ass, and other people have lit a fire under their ass. And they finally got it. Something snapped. And if people don't do things like this, it's not going to click. It's not going to snap for them. They're not going to have that aha moment of, oh my God, I wasn't doing anything. Oh my God, I wasn't really involved. Oh my God, I was involved in this new age bullshit of saying I want change to happen and saying, I'll just believe it and have good intentions about it and then it'll magically occur. That's not how fucking reality works. Sorry. There's requirements for things to change. And if your behavior is in alignment with them and enough people's behavior is in alignment with those requirements, then the change occurs. Then it comes into physical manifestation. If people's collective behavior is not in alignment with those requirements, it doesn't happen magically. This is part of initiation. This is part of occult initiation. It's step number 2, stop dreaming. Stop imagining that the world works a way other than it actually does. That's called dreaming. You're living in a dream state, the dream mind. You know, the imagination run amok into the negative aspect of imagination, of believing things that aren't true, of imagining that the universe works in a dynamic that it does not. This is where we're at collectively, unfortunately. You have people that want something to occur, while simultaneously ignoring the requirements for them to occur. If you have a dirty room that's filthy, that hasn't been cleaned in 5 years, and it's full of dust and grime and debris and detritus and things that have just been strewn all about, and you walk into the room, there's a requirement for getting that room in order and cleanliness. It's called work. It's called having to do the work to export all of the entropy. Again, there are only two actual forces at work in the world, and this is what they teach in the occult world. There's entropy and syntropy. That's it. Entropy is the force that breaks things down, creates decay, creates stagnation, breaks things down into their constituent elements and non-differentiation. That's the chaotic force at work in the world. You could call it chaos, you could call it entropy. Whatever word you want to refer to it, it's the disorderly force. It's the force that creates a state of disorder and chaos. The ordering force is known in the occult world as simply evolution. So they call the entropic force, the one that it creates chaos and dissolution, they call that the force of dissolution in the occult world. The ordering force is evolution. This is what we need to do, the requirements to bring about a state of order. Order, syntropy, evolution, creating a state of order from what was a state of chaos. There are requirements for that condition to manifest. The requirement is work. The requirement is cleaning it up. The requirement is putting things into a state of order where they were once in a state of chaos by exporting entropy. See, some people in the scientific world say there's only one real force, entropy and its exportation. When you clean a room, there's all the debris and garbage and waste and dust and grime stay someplace? Yeah. It goes onto the rags, it goes onto the paper towels, it goes onto whatever you're cleaning with, it goes into water, it gets flushed down the drain, it gets thrown in a trash bag, it goes into a landfill. It's all matter that still exists. You've just exported it away from your environment. And by doing so, you've created a state of order where there was once chaos. This is called doing work. Doing the work of ordering something. That's why in my logo it's called the one great work. It's not the one party. It's not the one big watch party, folks. Okay? You want to have a watch party, go somewhere else. We're talking about the one great work here. And people flap their gums saying, "Oh, I want the result. I want the clean room. I want the clean house." But are you doing the work to achieve it? You see? There's a big difference between claiming you want it to get done versus actually doing it. And it's the same thing, putting your mind in order, getting your information in order, making sense of the world, and then doing something about it through your behavior. You can say you want to achieve the state of human freedom all you want. That doesn't make it so. Saying that you want something doesn't make it happen and manifest. Doing the work makes it happen and manifest. So we got people in this magical thinking. Again, step one of occult initiation is stop lying to yourself. Don't lie to yourself, because if you lie to yourself, you're going to be willing to buy any lies that are sold to you. And more importantly, you're going to lie to others and lead them off course. And then you're really causing harm. If you sell them a lie and they believe it because you bought a lie and believed it. Or if you lied to yourself and believed it. That's why occult dictum number one, This above all, to thine own self be honest. Do not lie to yourself. You know? Let's take the Shakespearean term and put the word honest in there, because that's what it meant anyway in Old English parlance. This above all, to thine own self be true, doesn't mean stick to your guns no matter what happens. It means this above all, to yourself, be honest and do not lie. That's why it's initiation rule number 1 in the occult world. Stop lying to yourself. Initiation dictate number 2 is stop dreaming. And this is what this slide is about. Stop trying to tell yourself that the world works a different way than it actually works. Stop trying to tell yourself all you need to do is hold the intention in mind. Claim to be a good person and say that you want the result to come about. That's not how it works. It's a bullshit lie. Your new age bullshit detector should be just going off at full blast. Work is how something is achieved. Work is how something is brought into manifestation. Action. Action, action, action. From day one, I've been hammering on this. And we still got a bunch of inactive fucking people sitting on their fucking ass with their thumb up their ass. How many times does it have to be said? It's entirely about action. How many people are taking the action to go and lie to people for a paycheck? How many people are taking action to go and be involved in the slavery system in some capacity or another just because they're getting a paycheck to do it? Oh, plenty of people will put their action behind something if there's money in it for them, because that's their God. That's their God. We're going to talk about that being people's God. But how many people are aligning their behavior with the requirements for true freedom? See, they'll yap and flap their gums all day long about what they say they want to manifest. But is that really manifesting? No. Instead, what do we really have? You know, people, like I said, they can talk all day long about how they want freedom, but that's not what's really occurring. It's not occurring because they're not involved in the work. Their action is in alignment with their thoughts and their emotions. Again, they may even know the truth. Their intent through their emotions may be very good of what they want to come about. But if your action isn't in alignment with it, you're in a state of internal contradiction. And that's internal Satanism. That's Satanism at one level or another. Satanism is a force that divides us within ourself. Before it divides us externally in the outer world, it divides us in our inner world. And so many people in this movement are in a state of inherent internal contradiction with themselves. And that they haven't resolved that internal contradiction. That's why the external state is still in a state of disrepair and disorder and chaos and slavery. We're not in a state of internal sanitization and cleanliness and order. And so what do you expect? Our external state to reflect anything other than that? That's the Hermetic principle of that which is above is like to that which is below. The principle of correspondence. And that leads to the principle of cause and effect. If we're not involved in solving the problem from the causal level, from the causal dynamics level, we are ultimately treating symptoms, or actually we're part of the problem. People have to get out of this state of internal contradiction between their thoughts, emotions, and actions. We're going to revisit early on material about from What on Earth is Happening, about consciousness, our thoughts, our emotions, our actions. And revisit the concept, action is of utmost importance. You could be totally united in your thoughts and your emotions. You could have the truth in hand. You could know how it works. You could, in your emotions, have very good intent. But if your actions aren't in alignment with that, you're in a state of internal Satanism, internal contradiction within. Satan coming from the Hebrew shaitan, meaning the opposer, the adversary, the force that divides, the force that creates internal opposition. That's what's inborn in most of us. You know, that's the whole idea of that's the force that went into the, quote, garden. It's a metaphor, folks. It's an allegory. It's not a literal story. The garden means they're living in harmony with natural law. They're living in harmony with nature. They're not acting in internal contradiction until the force of Satan comes along and gets a hold and says, don't you want the knowledge of the tree of good and evil? But it doesn't mean to eat of a literal fruit. It means to take it into yourself, to arbitrate the difference between good and evil. See, you're taking that unto yourself. That's what it means to eat of the tree, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I've said this many, many times, broken it down allegorically, and people still do not understand it. Because they want to read it literally. They want to create their own interpretation instead of what it actually means. It means don't become the arbitrator of good and evil. You're here to learn what right and wrong are, not to arbitrate them. You're here to learn the objective reality of them. And then align your behavior to the good. Well, we're not doing that. You know, we're saying we want one thing, but instead, what's really manifesting and why? Once again, you could flap your gums all day long about how you want freedom and that the freedom movement's great at doing that. But how many people have the real causal factors in hand and are really discussing those instead of discussing 3D shit that's going on every day? They're real good at that. They'll give you every little fucking last detail about every little tiny little thing that occurs in the 3D world. But when you really want to delve deeply into first principles, objective morality, natural law, how many of them are knowledgeable? How many of them ever even talk about those things? A pissant few. Because they're not interested in discussing true causal dynamics. All they want to do is break down the 3D symptoms. You could do that until you're blue in the face for all eternity, and you're never going to get out of the prison. Because you don't understand the causal factors that keep putting you in the fucking prison and keep you there. It's very frustrating to see, and it really does come out of just, there's a lot of, it's a shame to just say, there's just people who just, they're very bad at solving anything because they're not, they don't really, it's not just IQ, right? I could harp on a lot of these people are pretty much lower IQ people, but it's not just that. It's their ego is in the way. You know, it's not so much just the dynamic of intelligence. Their ego is in the way. They don't want to acknowledge a higher power than themselves. They don't want to acknowledge that they're in a state of internal contradiction. They don't want to acknowledge that their worldview is still fucked up and needs healing. And, you know, they don't want to acknowledge that they need more knowledge about causal factors, and they need to focus on causal factors instead of 3D manifestations. 3D manifestations are the realm of effect, not cause. You don't solve problems from the realm of effect. You solve problems from the realm of causation. Once again, this show is cumulative, folks. You got to understand all of this by going back into the earlier podcasts. It doesn't stand on its own. What on Earth is Happening is a cumulative informational show. Things that we talk about in later shows, it's all built on earlier podcasts that we did. So you got to go back to number one. You got to listen in order. I'm going to say it every single week. And we're going to be revisiting a lot of stuff from the early days of What on Earth is Happening as part of this extended presentation. Instead of freedom manifesting, what do we really have going on in our world? Pure evil is running amok and is winning. And if you don't think that, you're not paying attention. Human freedom is being destroyed and slavery is being instituted on a worldwide scale. And if you think it's getting better and not getting worse, you're simply not paying attention and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that's the problem, is we have people lying to people about how bad it is. We have them saying to them it's not that bad. It's worse than what I'm saying. It's infinitely worse than what I'm even saying. If you understand the people who are really running things and their intentions and their fucking sick, psychopathic, black fucking hearts and the crazed intent in their mind, you wouldn't be sitting on your ass. And that's the problem, is that you don't really understand it. You can claim to understand something all you fucking want, and that doesn't mean you understand it. People can say to me over and over again, Mark, I understand what you're talking about. And then when I look at their behavior, I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're lying. You don't understand. If you understood, you'd be fighting this fucking battle with every fucking fiber of your being. You wouldn't be sitting with your thumb up your ass. That's the truth. You don't understand. You just claim to understand, but you don't. And I'll say it to your face, in person. And don't worry about it. Yeah, I will. I will. And I have. Ask people. That's the problem, is no one will get up in somebody's fucking face. They're too timid. They're too afraid. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to create dissension. They don't want to create an uncomfortable situation, and that's what needs to be created. The people who say don't do that, you're wrong. And this isn't about bringing people together in their wrongness. This is about creating a situation of discomfort where the dynamic of the vibration of truth is interjected into the picture and makes people uncomfortable. And if you haven't figured that out yet, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the problem. You haven't figured out how the power of truth needs to be used. This isn't about bringing everybody together for a feel-good party. Once again, this isn't a watch party. It's real life. It involves personal participation to make change happen on a grand scale. What do you have? You have people willing to take a paycheck to destroy the world, and you have people that don't want to fucking get involved to help create a situation of true freedom and solve the problem. And then they want to say they're part of the solution. You ain't part of shit. You ain't part of shit if you're not involved. You ain't part of shit thinking you're part of the solution. Somebody needs to fucking tell you too. That's the problem, is that nobody's told you. They keep blowing bullshit up your ass. You're responsible for this if you've been silent. Look at this slide, and I'm telling you, you yourself are responsible because you haven't gotten involved, because the voice of the truth isn't strong enough, because you're still fucking silent. Yeah, that's true. Yes, it is. It'll never be untrue. Get as fucking offended about it as you like. It's still going to be true today, tomorrow, and the next day. And eternally, until you get up off your ass and actually get involved through your action. We're going to talk about all the psychological problems of why you're not involved. The lies you tell yourself, the bullshit stories you tell yourself about why you can't get involved. It's all bullshit. It's all a bullshit story. I don't care how busy you are, you can make some time to get involved in some small capacity. And every little bit helps. This is what happens. This is the state that manifests when we're not in internal non-contradiction. When we are in internal contradiction with ourselves, this is what happens. Evil wins, freedom is destroyed, slavery is instituted. Get that through your thick skulls. Get that through your thick skulls. That's the problem. We're in internal contradiction. We say we want freedom. We say our intent is behind that and our emotions are behind that. And then when you're asked, what are you actually doing? Crickets. Silence comes back. You're lying to yourself. You're dreaming. Lying to yourself and dreaming, breaking the first two dictates of initiation into the dynamic that will truly create the solution by getting rid of that internal contradiction, by stopping lying to yourself, by stopping dreaming about how things work in the real world and the requirements and the work that's involved. No, it is not just about thinking of what you want and getting your emotions in line with that. That's what the New Age bullshit story tells you. It's about direct real-world action in alignment with those first two modes of consciousness, your thoughts and your emotions. This is the state that results when you are in a state of internal contradiction between those three modalities of consciousness. Evil wins, freedom is destroyed, slavery is instituted. And the majority of you, in the sound of my voice, are responsible for this. Stop pointing the finger externally. You're the one not contributing to the voice of truth. Are the politicians responsible? You better believe they are. Are the bankers responsible? Yes. Are the dark occultists responsible? Yes. Are the think tanks responsible? Yes. Are the police and military responsible? They're the most responsible for following their fucking orders. They're the largest party of responsibility and moral culpability. Because nothing gets done without their violence. Slavery can't be instituted without their violence. And the problem is, you let people grow into violent adults because you didn't morally educate them when they were children. And that's what needs to be done, is we need to morally educate the children that are out there by constantly putting this information out. And we can turn some of the moral education of adults, we could actually turn that around. It is possible, even this late in the game. Like I said, I've gotten communications from people who said I was involved as a law enforcer, I was involved in the military, and I quit doing those things because of what you said, because of you putting the truth out into the world. I quit those cults. Again, I want to build out the site quityourcult.com, which right now redirects to whatonearthishappening.com. I'm going to build that out as a testimony website. Testimony of former order followers. We're going to put the order follower presentation on there. The cult of ultimate evil, order followers and the destruction of the sacred feminine. We're going to, have a couple of articles up there about what it really means to be an order follower and why people should quit order following dynamics and order following work. People in the medical community have become order followers. They're doing harmful things on a scale that the police can't even fucking aspire to. That's another big place where people should be quitting their jobs, being told to do harmful things to people, looking at all the horrific things that are happening and the side effects from these shots that are happening to people. It's unbelievable. And this is all because people aren't involved on a personal level. They're too timid and cowardly to speak out. And like I said, they got a billion different reasons. I want to maintain my privacy. Tough shit, your privacy. Like, that's fucking important. Tough shit. I want to be a private person. That's what you sound like, a fucking retard saying it. I don't want my name out there. You're a fucking retard. Alright? And that's how it needs to be said to you. You're a little fucking baby fucking retarded child. And it's just got to be said like an asshole to people. Because nobody else will just say it to you like an asshole. I will. What are you going to do about it? Shut the show to fuck off if you don't like it. It's still true. All the people out there saying, I don't want to tell the truth about slavery because I want to remain a private citizen. It's just pure fucking liquid diarrhea leaking out your fucking yap with every fucking word. Like I said, you're going to hear what I really think about you if you're a lazy, do-nothing person who doesn't want to get on the battlefield. It's what I truly fucking think of you. I don't have time for that. Make the fucking time. You can make the fucking time to go watch something on television or go to a sporting event or any other fucking leisurely activity. No, you're just fucking selfish. And you need to look in the fucking mirror and just say that to yourself. I'm just a selfish fuck. This is what I had to do to come out of Satanism. I had to just look in the fucking mirror and say, you're just a selfish fuckhead. You're the fucking problem. You're the fucking problem. That's what I had to do. Internal introspection. Stop lying to yourself. Tell yourself the truth about who you are inside. Then things will change for the better. You got to be honest with yourself, and you got to start from there, and you got to move on from there. You don't stay there, but you got to at least be honest about the dynamic. Again, not only did I use orange in this presentation, just briefly as an aside here, I'll take it down for a moment before I re-ramp up the intensity, but I just want to explain the color choice. Not only was it around Halloween, so I went with a dark, black and gray and orange theme, but orange, as I talked about why I made it the color of demystifying the occult presentation, is because orange is the sacrum chakra color. And this is the color about internal desire. You got to have desire to want to do the right thing. This is the color that stimulates that type of desire. It's the desire for knowledge. It's the desire for right action. Of course, other colors stimulate different things. Blue, taking in the truth, insight, mental ability. Also trust. Green is care and heart-based intelligence, heart energy. True love, agape love. Violet would be like intellect and higher level insight coming in, etc. Red, you could look at that as earthbound identification and material desires, etc. And you can go on with different applications of color. But orange is desire for knowledge. It's desire to do the right thing. A good form of desire associated with the color orange. Again, being the sacrum chakra, the second chakra after the base chakra, or root chakra. So once again, the first dynamic is stop lying to yourself. You got to be honest with yourself about what you're really doing. Are you just lazy? Are you just selfish? Do you just want to maintain your privacy, and that's more important to you than helping heal the world and getting it out of slavery? I mean, just think about how selfish that dynamic alone is. Sit and say to yourself in the mirror, look at yourself, sit down in front of the mirror in a quiet room and just say, I haven't gotten involved in the effort to end human slavery because I want to remain a private person. And say it over and over again to yourself. Over and over and over and over again. Say it to yourself and really hear it. Really listen to what you're saying. Say it as if you're saying it not only to the reflection in the mirror. Of course, you got to say it to that reflection in the mirror first and foremost. But say it as if you're saying it to the world. And then think if everybody else who has brought information forth said that to themselves and just stayed in that dynamic of personal selfishness. Then what would we know? Imagine if every researcher who brought out all the information that's on the arc drive, every researcher who's put out all the information that it put out into the world through documentaries and podcasts and video shows, etc., and books and audio lectures, etc., had all said, I'm not going to put any of that information out in the world because I just want to remain a private person. I don't want to be a public figure. I don't want to speak out publicly. Imagine that. Imagine where the world would be at. We'd already be in complete, abject, overt slavery already. And we're rapidly heading there in spite of all their efforts. Because more people won't make the same sacrifice. One of the things you're going to have to sacrifice is your privacy. And I'm not talking about just rampantly giving people information about you. I'm talking about being a public figure and speaking out publicly with no fear. Or in spite of your fear. Again, my guest last week, Benny Wills, talked about in his Parrhesia course how he is teaching people to speak in spite of discomfort, in spite of fear that they may have. That's what true courage is. That's what real bravery is action, right action in spite of fear being present. If you want to do something about evil taking over our world, if you want to do something about our freedoms being destroyed and slavery being instituted on a worldwide scale, you can't be worried about your personal privacy and not becoming a public figure. You got to speak the truth unapologetically, widely and freely. So one of the things that may have to be sacrificed is a certain level of privacy. And again, people are deathly afraid of that. So if you are, take the Parrhesia course. Benny will help you get out of that mindset. If you are, take the How to Become the True Media course. I'll help you to get out of that mindset too and teach you how to, there's, ways that you could do things where you still put the information out and you don't have to sacrifice as much privacy. You could do presentations like this where your face isn't on it, but you're still giving the information. If you're so worried about people seeing you, oh, God forbid they see what you look like in person. Like you're not on fucking camera every day of your life, like 7,000 times a day. See, people don't even hear themselves when they talk. They say such bullshit to themselves. Again, people are willing to lie to themselves on such a grand level. They say things, and in the next breath, you can prove them wrong. And they don't even hear how dumb they sounded. They can't even hear the stupidity that they opened their mouth and just blurted shit out with. So let's move on. Why is a global awakening of humanity not happening? Once again, I prefaced this slide in the last couple saying, if you think a big global awakening is happening, you're delusional. The voice of the lie is ever present. It's stronger than the voice of the truth. Evil is stronger than good on this planet. Sorry to burst your fucking bubble, but you're in a new age trance if you believe good is more powerful than evil in the aggregate. I'm not saying the cosmic force of good isn't stronger than the cosmic force of evil. But if you don't think evil in the aggregate has more power behind it than good does on the planet Earth, you're out of your fucking gourd. And you're lying to yourself. And here's why. Here's why evil's stronger than good. Here's why humanity isn't truly awakening in the aggregate sense. There's small, tiny, little minuscule, almost insignificant pockets of people waking up. But if you believe a mass consciousness awakening is taking place, you need your fucking brain checked for being burnt in the sun. Literally. You've been sitting out in the sun fucking too long without a hat. And your brain is fucking fried. Once again, I'm not talking about is anybody getting it. Yeah, there's a small amount of people getting it. I get that. I'm not trying to institute total despair either here. I'm talking about, do you think humanity is awake in the aggregate and a true awakening of humanity is taking place? You're out of your fucking mind if you think that. All you got to do is look around at the tyranny taking place and the people supporting it, wanting to fucking take guns away from Americans. One of the last lines of defense we have against tyranny on a global scale, on a national or global scale. People buying into every bullshit narrative that comes down the pike on the nightly news. Dumb as fucking bricks, dumb as stumps. And we think a mass awakening is taking place? You're delusional. And again, you got to say that to yourself. You got to be honest with yourself. You got to really look at the world truly, not just look at what you want to look at. We're really good at lying to ourselves. Humanity is. We're really good at looking at only the dynamics that we surround ourselves by and then projecting and saying, "Oh, that's happening everywhere." You're lying to yourself. It's happening in a tiny little fucking isolated pocket of your bubble. The bubble that exists in your mind. And then you want to project that and say it's happening everywhere? Let me walk you through some areas of Philadelphia and you tell me what a global awakening is happening. Let's go walk through some areas of New York City and you tell me what global awakening is happening. We'll go and walk through some areas of Chicago or Los Angeles. And you tell me all about a global awakening. You're selfish, fucking egotistical thinkers when you think on that scale. When you think according to those dynamics. Because you just believe because you learned a little bit that the whole fucking world is like you and it's not. It's not even fucking close. And you need to get your head out from up your ass of that new age type of thinking. This is describing the real dynamic about why humanity's truly asleep. Far too few human beings have become personally involved in the great work of morally educating others, and even fewer have made the personal sacrifices that are required to reverse humanity's descent into global tyranny. Now that's the fucking hardcore truth. Not some new age bullshit that somebody wants to blow up your ass to get you to stand down and sit on the fucking couch with your thumb up your ass. Or in a lotus position with your thumb up your ass. You know, saying you're going to meditate your way to freedom. You got to first understand the dynamics that create freedom from a causal level. And then ask yourself if they're in the world. And the answer is they're not even close to being in the world on any kind of a grand scale in the aggregate sense, collectively. People can't even define a fucking right, let alone know what rights are. If you can't define a right, how do you know right from wrong? That's the definition of what a right is. To understand the difference between right and wrong, you have to be able to define right. This is the problem. People have abandoned the concept of the definitions of words. And like I said last week, that's what solipsism is. Solipsism is just, I believe I can just define it however the fuck I want. I could just say it means this, and because I believe it, it means that. No, that's not how definitions of words work, asshole. That's called solipsism. That's called believing that you invent reality instead of that your mind is there to properly perceive and understand how reality works. There's an objective reality and there's a fucking truth of the matter when it comes to things other than likes and dislikes and preferences. There is no truth about whether chocolate ice cream tastes good or not. To many people it does, to many people it doesn't. There's not a truth regarding that. That's an opinion. There are things that have a truth regarding them. Like whether people are free or not. Whether violence is taking place or not. Whether duress is taking place or not. Whether rights are being respected or not. Whether something is morally right or morally wrong. These are objective realities that are not subject to whims and preferences and likes and dislikes. They have a truth regarding them that is able to be known. That's why we have definitions of words. And we got people running around thinking that we could just define words however the fuck we want. It's called solipsism. It's called believing that you're the arbiter of the truth Arbiter of truth syndrome. It's a disease. It's a sick fucking cult religion and a mental disorder, solipsism. Again, we covered this in podcast number 1. We have people out there that think freedom's going to manifest magically without getting involved in the great work of educating people about objective morality and natural law. And you think things are going to change. Yeah, they're going to change all right. They're going to change infinitely for the worse, which is what I've been saying from day one. I predicted just about everything that occurred. I told you it was going to get worse and worse and worse. Look at where we're fucking at. It's going to get worse than this. There's another prediction. And it's because you're still sitting on your fucking ass doing nothing. It's unbelievable. I've been telling people this for fucking 15 fucking years. And the vast majority of them, you're still sitting on your lard asses. And then you want to say you're a good person in the next breath, you fucking liar. You sack of shit liar. Oh, you could still sit there on your ass and do nothing, but don't fucking tell me you're a good person and don't tell anybody else you're a good person. You better tell them you're the sack of shit you are. That's all I want is honesty. Guess what? This is your fucking karma. You can do whatever the fuck you want. That's your free will decision. I'm not here to make you do it. I'm here to tell you if you don't do it, what it defines you as. It defines you as a bad person. And if you think you're not going to be held accountable to that from creation, you're even more out of your fucking mind. And you could laugh, you could fucking ridicule it, you could fucking laugh about it, have a big fucking party about it. Go do whatever the fuck you want. What I said is still fucking true, motherfucker. You could say whatever you want about it, it ain't gonna make it untrue. That's what I'm doing. I'm speaking the hardcore, uncomfortable fucking truth, and it is definitively, factually, objectively true. And you will not make it untrue. Not because I said so, because that's the way the dynamic actually exists in nature. And it's discoverable. It's learnable. It's understandable. And it can be acted upon. And it can even be the overall dynamic being caused from that can be changed if we work to change it. But as long as this is you sitting on your fucking ass saying, oh, all I care about is my job. All I care about is making money. All I care about is my time. All I care about is my privacy. And you're not sacrificing for the true great work. You want freedom to manifest and you think that's how it's going to manifest. Or even the people that are doing a billion different other things. Playing to lose. Oh, we're going to build the ultimate community for after the collapse. We're gonna set up this new thing or that new system. You're playing to lose. You're not playing to change the dynamics so that we actually win, so that collapse doesn't happen, so that slavery doesn't happen, so that war doesn't happen. You're playing to lose. If you're not morally educating other people, you're playing to fucking lose. Let me say that again. If you're not morally educating other people, you're playing to lose. If you're not morally educating other people about natural law and objective morality, you're playing to fucking lose. What does that make you? It makes you a fucking loser. It doesn't make you a winner. Winners don't play to lose. Winners don't back up. Winners don't keep sacrificing ground. They sacrifice their energy and their time to get done the objective, the goal. If the goal is not to have humanity collapse, not to have war, not to have slavery, not to have chaos, the requirement is moral education and bringing our actions in alignment with our thoughts and emotions about what we say we want by fulfilling the requirements in work for that manifested outcome. And people are still too fucking stupid and stubborn to realize this. You got to get your head out from up your ass. You got to get up off your lazy lard ass, and you got to get to work. And this is the problem. You guys want to sit and listen. You want to take more in. You're going to go to the next podcast and the next and the next. Yeah, I get it. I'm telling you to listen to all my podcasts because my contributions are valuable. But I'm also telling you to take action. And most people are out there just absorbing more information. They're not putting anything out into the fucking world about morality. If you were, I'd know about you. If you were, I probably would have already reached out to you to come on One Great Work Network. You think 60 people is a lot? That's like worldwide. There's requirements for making global change on a massive scale happen in the aggregate. The problem of why it's not happening is written on this slide. Far too few people have become personally involved in the action of doing the great work of morally educating others. If you're not doing that, you're not involved in the solution. You may not be deeply involved in the problem, but you're not really helping the solution either. You're effectively a player that doesn't matter. You're not really a player in the game. You're sitting on the fucking bench. You're a potential player sitting on the bench, but you haven't gotten onto the playing field. And it's because most people don't want to make the personal sacrifices in their lives that are required to do this work. That's why we're losing. We're not winning. We're losing. And that's the reason we're losing. So in this section, I'm going to take a while to really break down the dynamics in human consciousness related to the requirements of making a personal sacrifice to create change in the world. It's very simple, folks. Let's just go back, before we even build out this chart, let's just go back to the analogy of cleaning your room. If your room hasn't been cleaned in 5 years, it's a fucking disgraceful mess. So, you look around at it and you go, wow, this is going to take quite a bit of work and effort to clean this up. There's grime everywhere. There's dust everywhere. If you have animals, there could be urine or feces. There could be mouse droppings. There could be ants and other insects. It's a million different things that you could imagine. Walls might need to be patched in certain areas. Obviously, surfaces need to be dusted and cleaned. You look at things that have only been left untouched to nature without any ordering of a human being's hand, even over a couple of years. You can't even believe the amount of entropy that builds. And then it requires more effort to export that entropy, as we talked about. Well, if that work, that effort is put in, meaning you sacrifice the time that it takes to actually do it, then you'll see the result. And there will be an attainment. There will be an achievement. You'll make progress. Even as you do it, you might be halfway done and you could see the progress. You could see things shaping up into order. But what happens if you don't do it? Well, if you don't do it, it stays the way that it is. It stagnates. It doesn't change. Or it gets worse. More entropy comes in over time. That's the way the universe works over time. In general, unless things are ordered by a force, they tend toward the entropic state. When the will is acted to bring about a state of order, that's when you export the entropy and you create a state of syntropy or order. People have to really learn these terms. They really have to understand those dynamics of evolution versus dissolution. Of entropy versus order. The chaotic force, the disordering force, is entropy. Unless the entropy is acted upon by the will, by consciousness, it doesn't magically become ordered. Again, if you have a jigsaw puzzle in a box, just thrown randomly, the pieces thrown in there, that's in a state of entropy. It's disorder. It's chaos. There's no pattern to it. It would take consciousness to act on those pieces by an act of the will to assemble them into an orderly state where the picture is seen. You can give a million different examples. A house being built is just a bunch of wood and maybe steel and, other building materials in a state of chaos until it's acted upon by the will to order it and make it look like a house. Nothing magically orders itself. If it doesn't get ordered, it stays in the state of stagnation and chaos. So let's look at how human consciousness relates to whether something becomes ordered or whether something stays in a chaotic state of dissolution, disrepair, disorder, and chaos. In this chart, I'm going to build out the three consciousness aspects: thought, emotion, and action. With each aspect of consciousness, there is a sacrifice that is required. We have to make a sacrifice in our thoughts, in our emotions, and in our actions. If we make those sacrifices, there's an achievement, an attainment, an evolution, an ordering that happens. But if we refuse to make those sacrifices that drive change and create order, then there is failure and stagnation and dissolution and chaos and disorder. This is simple common sense. If you don't clean the room, it stays dirty and gets dirtier. It's not that hard to figure out. You have to sit and think about how the dynamic works and apply it to yourself. That's why we're applying it to the self here. The three aspects of consciousness: thought, emotion, and action. That is how you can express yourself. So let's look at the first dynamic in consciousness, our thoughts. Thought is the neutral aspect of consciousness, but it's also the creative aspect, the thing that has to come first before anything else. That's the first Hermetic principle, the principle of mentalism. The all is mind. Everything is a thought before it comes into physical manifestation as a thing, as a manifested reality or a thing. What do we have to require to gain knowledge, to gain intelligence? See, the expression of our thoughts in the positive aspect is intellect, knowledge. The negative expression of our thought is ignorance, remaining in ignorance of how anything works. In order to reach the attainment of knowledge, we have to use our thoughts, but there's also something that we have to sacrifice to get the knowledge into ourselves. And through our intellect, become knowledgeable, become intelligent. So in order to even know what's going on, we have to sacrifice time and attention to learn. Again, I talked about these in earlier episodes of What on Earth is Happening as the spiritual currencies. They are a form of spiritual currency, things that we buy things with. We buy that knowledge with time and attention. That's why we say, I'm spending my time doing this. Well, if you spend your time trying to learn about the dynamics that are truly causing the state of human slavery, you will receive the reward or the purchase of knowledge about how that dynamic works. Attention is the other spiritual currency. You have to put your focus, your attention on something. That's why we say paying attention. Again, spiritual currency. Spending time. Paying attention. When you pay the attention, you're using your spiritual currency of your focus. You're putting your focus of your intellect on to that information and gaining knowledge as a result. And what knowledge are you attaining? What knowledge are you achieving? How are you moving yourself forward in evolution or attainment? You're gaining knowledge of morality and natural law, of objective morality, of human rights, of natural law, about the state of our existence here on earth. That's the reward. That's the attainment. That's the payoff, if you will, for spending the time and attention. That's what you get in return. And just like if you clean the room, your reward is a clean room. If you do the work of exporting the entropy from the room that you want to clean, your reward is now you have a clean room for a time until entropy builds up again. If you fail to do that, the room stays dirty. Well, what's failure in thought of spending your time and attention wisely? You could spend your time and attention frivolously on bullshit, on nonsense, on things that don't matter. And what are you going to get as a result? You still get something, but it's a negative aspect. It's a failure in thought, in the dynamic of thought of your consciousness. It's stagnation. You don't progress. You don't progress. You don't evolve. You stay ignorant. And you're staying ignorant specifically of the dynamics of objective morality and natural law specifically. The required sacrifice that a lot of people don't want to make is their time and their attention. So when we talk about what has to be sacrificed, what has to be given up, or you could even look at it like literally a sacrifice. Like in religious terms, a sacrifice is killing something, right? Like you're sacrificing an animal to whatever god, you crazy god you believe in that demands sacrifice of animals. Or worse, people believe that they have to perform human sacrifices to appease gods and nature forces in sick, twisted, demented religious belief systems and cults. But you could look at this as, yes, you're killing off time. You're spending attention that you could have put onto other things, right? So it dies in a certain form. You're not going to get that time back. It's gone. Quote, dead, right? But you still got something as a result. Whether you used it wisely or whether you used it unwisely, you got a result. The universe is always giving you a result based on what you did. You either attained knowledge or you attained ignorance. And ignorance, there's not really anything to attain. It's a stagnation or a failure. It's the negative. It's the absence of the thing that can truly be there if the time and attention is actually used for the correct purposes. So when I say sacrifice, understand the context that I'm even using the word in. We really should better even define the word sacrifice, right? A lot of people have asked me, how do you know what the word really means from even an etymological point of view, or how can you understand it from an etymological point of view? After I finish this slide, or maybe into the next few slides, I'm actually going to show you what the word sacrifice means etymologically and how you could even determine that and look that up. I'll show you one of my favorite resources for etymology, because a lot of people ask me that. And yes, there are etymological dictionaries, and you could, look it up online in an etymology site. But my favorite way of doing it is going to the root of the word, which is almost exclusively in the ancient Latin or Greek languages. Of course, you get things that are in Germanic and Old English, etc., in French, but the bulk of the human language has its roots in ancient Latin and Greek. Probably about 75 to 78% of English words are derived etymologically from Latin and Greek and other Romance languages. So this is the first aspect of consciousness that we've built out. When we use the aspect of consciousness, our thought and our intellect, and we combine that with the spiritual currencies of time and attention, what are you going to spend your time on? What are you going to put your attention on? How are you going to pay attention? We either attain knowledge of objective morality and natural law, and therefore of the causal dynamics of the human condition, or we remain in ignorance of those causal dynamics and therefore not really truly empowered to do much about it. So let's look at the second aspect of human consciousness and how this relates with how people in the movement to create true freedom, a world that is based in true freedom and ending human slavery, what they are going to be required to sacrifice to get a positive attainment for putting that aspect of their consciousness into that work. So the second aspect of human consciousness is our emotions. If we are truly emotionally developed, we say that we have achieved the state of true care. Again, care with a capital C. What I have been referring to as agape love. I look at it more as the dynamic of true care, as opposed to confusing the word love with the other forms of love, like brotherly love, platonic love, or romantic love. Care with a capital C takes on a different connotation, because this is the dynamic of how we create what we experience, is what we care enough to put our actions into work to create. If we don't care enough to take the action, the thing that we say we want to manifest does not get manifested in physical reality. Our emotions play a big role in this, because this is largely about our intent, but it's even more than that. It's about what do we care enough about to do with our behavior. So, do people care enough to continue to make enough money to pay all the bills that they have? Almost everybody strives to do that. And this is what they want our emotions focused on. They want our emotions focused on only physical survival and staying afloat, quote unquote. This is where most people's care is centered upon. And I wouldn't call it care with a capital C when it's like that. It's lowercase c care. It's a selfish concern. It's a selfish care about what you want for you. And yes, I'm not saying it isn't important. Don't get my words twisted. I'm not saying it isn't important to have physical resources, to be able to pay the bills that you have so that you could stay in the place that you are living in, so that you could do this type of work. We all need physical resources in the world. Worldly resources are actually important even in doing the great work, because you're not going to do much of the great work if you're living in a cardboard box on the street. Let's be realistic about it. So part of this is taking physical care of yourself, but not letting that go over into such a selfish dynamic of care that you never do anything to advance the great work. You have to have care not just for the physical requirements of your daily life. You have to have care in a wider sense. That's what agape means. Agape means you care about truth first and foremost. You care about freedom manifesting in the world. You care about other people's rights. That's what justice is. Caring for the rights of other people being respected in the world. That means you're caring for justice. That's what natural law ultimately is. That's why it's law. It's justice. It's true justice. It's not the bullshit justice of man's law. That's not real justice. That's violence. Let's get that straight. Natural law is justice. Man's law is violence. And everybody will learn that, no matter how long it takes and how much suffering it takes to learn it. That lesson will not be escaped. Once again, that's where, you could say all paradoxes are ultimately reconciled. The big dialectic is you're not allowed not to learn this stuff. The universe is moving in the direction of evolution, whether we want it to or not. Yes, there is an entropic force created to make this journey a journey of effort and work, because that's how you get a reward out of it. You put a dynamic of work and energy into it, and you sacrifice things that would otherwise be pleasurable, that would amount to pretty much nothing, that would be frivolous. And that's what I'm calling here selfish emotional concerns. This is what people wake up and almost universally in humanity, the average person just thinks about every single day. What do they want for themselves today? That's all the average person ever thinks about. And they can't get out of that modality in their mind. This is what the ego is. This is what Satan is. It's you only give a shit about yourself. You never care about the wider dynamic. You never care about what's going on in the world. You never care about truth itself. You never care about freedom, true freedom itself. You never care about true justice. People wake up and all they think about is me, 24 fucking hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 and a quarter days a year, nonstop. What can I get out of this? What do I need to do today for me? What do I need to do to pay my bills? What do I need to do this, to do that, to do that? And that's all they fucking focus on, like a selfish prick asshole. And that's what you are if that's all you focus on. If you never look at anything wider, if you never look at any wider concerns beyond the self, you're a Satanist. That's what Satan is. Satan is the force that wants you only focused on the selfish, egoic concerns. And if you're honest with yourself, you got to admit most people are just Satanists. Most people, and if you're really honest with yourself, you got to ask yourself the ways that you're a Satanist. How is that force dwelling and acting within yourself, inside of you and your own internal psychological, emotional, and spiritual makeup? Be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Say, how much of my time do I focus on my selfish concerns versus ask myself, what can I do to actually be of service to the truth, to true freedom, to true justice? And then underneath those values, those true first principles, to be of service to humanity. Because you can't be of service to humanity just by caring about people. You have to be of service to humanity by caring about principles and true values. That's what true care is all about. Care for truth, care for freedom, care for justice, care for what is right. So, how does the dynamic of sacrifice fit into our emotional development and makeup? What do we have to sacrifice emotionally? We have to sacrifice those selfish concerns that most of us sit there thinking about nonstop 24 fucking hours a day, every single day of our lives, from the minute we wake up till the minute we fall fucking asleep at night. And if we can sacrifice those selfish concerns, and again, I'm not saying sacrifice them to the extent that you end up being a bum on the street living in a fucking refrigerator cardboard box, right? Obviously, you have to care about them to an extent that you take care of your physical needs. Beyond that, you have to place your concerns on something higher. This is why people aren't getting what they want in life. This is why people aren't being assisted by the universe. When you spend your day, all day, doing nothing but focusing on selfish concerns, do you think the universe looks at that and goes, let's give him everything he wants? Or let's even support this person, he, she, whatever, right? To help them attain what they want to attain. No. The universe says that this individual doesn't really give a shit about what's really going on. Why should it put any kind of energetic dynamic behind helping that individual? This is the dynamic of be bold and Put your energy behind the right things, and the universe will come to your assistance and aid. And it will grant protection. People don't believe that because they won't put their faith in that dynamic to do it. You'll learn that that's true when you do it. If you refuse to do it, it's always going to remain some nebulous, hazy thing that you either say you believe in or you don't believe in. When you do it, there's no belief involved or required. You'll know it factually, definitively, objectively. So if we sacrifice those selfish concerns, we achieve a state of existing in true care, or agape, for truth, freedom, and justice. If we remain stuck in those selfish egoic concerns emotionally that most of us are in all day, 24 hours a day, we stagnate and we stay in apathy for the things that really matter, that have the potential to change the world through our actions. If we care enough to perform the actions to create the change, that's how the change actually comes into physical manifestation. That's the requirement emotionally. You have to develop the dynamic of true care to such an extent the care drives the behavior that you then perform to help increase the dynamic of the aggregate of people understanding what's going on and also getting involved in making a positive change for the better. If you don't sacrifice those selfish concerns, those egotistical concerns, you remain in a state of apathy. You don't reach agape care for the truth, for justice, for freedom. And then your actions don't get put behind that effort, and it doesn't manifest in the world, and slavery results, and chaos results. This isn't that hard to figure out, folks. It's just you haven't really spent the time to go through it. You haven't really spent the time to think about it deeply enough. You haven't spent the time to actually formally order the information and break it down mentally. And then even, you always have to say, you could even intellectually understand this, but then you're actually not doing it from a perspective of being motivated to physically do the behavior. See, this is the dynamic of you can know, and if you don't do, did you really know? Not truly. You can say that you know, and you can know in an intellectual space or at an intellectual level. But knowing something intellectually doesn't mean that you know it holistically, intelligently. That's why I've described the Satanists of the world as being highly intellectual. Holistic intelligence, though, not so much. Because their heart-based intelligence is sacrificed and killed. And they are only focusing on their own selfish, egotistical concerns. But the thing is, they're not divided among themselves. That dark care is united with their thoughts and actions. So they stand as a unified force. And that's why the universe ultimately is allowing them to take what they want, because they're not divided, and the rest of humanity is divided in their thoughts, emotions, and actions, namely in this third way that I'm going to present next. Our thoughts and our emotions can be unified, but if we're not taking right action in the world, we're still in a state of satanic internal opposition. And therefore, we're a lower level of Satanism than the higher level of Satanism, which is unified. What do you think is going to happen? People's energy who are in this divided condition is going to work toward ordering the world? Or is it going to work toward the efforts of the high-level Satanists, and it's going to work toward chaos and dissolution? Not that hard to figure out. So the third aspect of consciousness related to personal sacrifices that have to be made in our lives is our actions. Our actions is the ultimate expression of our consciousness in the 3D physical world, and it determines our actions determine what actually manifests in the physical 3D world. When we perform right action through our willpower and through courage, not being afraid to do it, not making excuses, pushing forward with right action in spite of our fear, and using our willpower to get it done. Again, just think of the analogy of cleaning the room that's filthy, dirty, and hasn't been cleaned in 5 years. What's going to ultimately get that work done is your willpower to push through and actually physically do the physical work that is a requirement. When you do that, you get the reward of the clean room. If you don't do that, the room stays dirty. So the attainment or the evolution of our action is we're performing the right action through our courage and willpower, and then good results happen in the world. Good manifested results happen in the world as a result of us performing right action. Order happens. Progress happens. Evolution happens. Freedom occurs. Justice rules instead of corruption and violence. If we don't perform right action through willpower and courage, and we remain in a state of inaction, in laziness and cowardice, what do you think is going to manifest in the world? Good things? Again, take it down to a small scale and just apply it to the room being dirty. What happens if you don't clean it? Stagnation. It stays dirty. You don't get the result that you say you want, a clean, orderly room. It's not that hard, folks. It's very simple common sense. If you're lazy and you don't use your willpower to take the action to perform the task, it doesn't get done. People say, you don't want government, you don't want police. Well, what'll happen? Whatever people allow, just like now. Just like with government and with police. What will happen is what we allow. What we're allowing now is slavery. What we're allowing now is violence. What we're allowing now is corruption. Without it, the same thing will happen. It depends on what we care about and what we do with our behaviors and with our willpower. Encourage. How will roads get built? Well, guess what? Without willpower, they won't. They won't be built or repaired. It'll be a situation of chaos and entropy where people can't go where they want because roads are fucked up. And if they organize themselves and if they take the right action and they do the thing that's required through work, then you'll have roads. It's very fucking simple. It's not complicated. Well, the problem is people are so afraid of the entropic result that they would rather have slavery than take a chance that that might not get done. Think about how stupid that fucking is. How fucking retarded and dumb that is. I'd rather have slavery rather than roads not being built. You're a fucking moron. Period. Anybody who thinks that, you're just a fucking retarded fucking moron. You think slavery is worse than isn't worse than not having roads? Not having roads is worse than slavery. Fucking imbeciles. Yeah. Fucking pure imbecilic losers. And I'm done trying to explain it to people like that nicely. You're just a fucking loser imbecile. I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm going to be a dickhead to you. Because that's my personal fucking preference. I'm too old. I've been doing this shit for too fucking long. You know? My whole thing is, if you're a fucking intelligent person, you'll listen, you'll hear the fucking truth in this, and you'll act on it. If not, you're a fucking loser. And that's all it really comes down to. The universe doesn't reward fucking losers. It rewards winners. That's why it's rewarding the Satanists. They're more fucking winners than you are. People out there who are doing nothing. That's the truth of the fucking matter, whether you like it or not. And here's what has to be sacrificed for all the people doing nothing. Your personal comfort. You're too damn fucking comfortable. You're too damn lazy. You're cowardly. You're sitting on your fucking ass with your thumb up your ass. And nobody lit a fire under your ass. You didn't get that from your fucking parents. They failed you. They didn't raise you right. They failed at their job to light a fire under your lazy, cowardly fucking ass. Your parents failed you. It's another dynamic you just got to look at and accept. It's because they didn't know and they were fucking lazy and cowardly. And that's it. That's just who they became. You want to be like them? You want to keep the fucking cycle going? You want to just be lazy and cowardly like them? Then fucking go ahead and be like your fucking lazy, cowardly fucking parents. I'm not going to be like that. I look at the people in my family and their laziness and their inaction and their cowardice, and I go, fuck that. I ain't going to be like that. I'll never be you. That doesn't make somebody a good person. You were fucked up by whoever fucked you up. That's your fucking problem to figure out, but it ain't gonna be me, motherfucker. Know that. I'm worth more than that. I love myself. I feel more highly respectful of myself than to let myself fall into that fucking dynamic. People who fall into that dynamic, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. You should dwell in the consciousness of shame until you fucking pull yourself up by the bootstraps and get out of that dynamic. Through your own fucking willpower and work. Stop being a fucking loser. You know? Like the phrase, stop being poor. You know? It's kind of condescending and insulting to the poor, but guess what? People can stop being a fucking loser. It's a matter of self-respect, taking pride in what you do. It's a reflection of who you are. What you do is a reflection of who you are. That's why action is the most important dynamic in the aspects of consciousness. And if you don't bring that action into alignment with your thought and your action, you're not a good person. You're a fucking loser. And nobody said it to you like that because you didn't have the fucking proper parenting or the proper mentors. I'm going to say it like that. Because it needs to be said like that. And nobody else has the balls to say it like that but me. Pretty much on this whole fucking planet, just about. Maybe a couple, but not many. And I'm the first person most people have ever heard say anything like what I say to them. And that's a goddamn crying shame. Because their parents should have been telling them this when they were really fucking young. I don't want to be your fucking father figure. I don't want to be a parental figure. That's why I didn't have children. And unfortunately, most people are so babyish and just like take no personal responsibility that you got to actually talk to them like you're giving tough love to a fucking child. Because that's what they are fucking in their consciousness. They're children. I'm not going to take the high road of, oh, let's be really nice and talk in a new age in an NPR voice. And, oh, we'll love everyone. It doesn't work like that. Get up off your fucking ass and stop being a fucking loser and take action. You're capable of it. You're just fucking lazy. Let's be honest here. We're all fucking adults in the room. Let's just be fucking honest. That's the dynamic no one wants to hear. And guess what? That's the dynamic that'll get fucking people killed in the world. So fucking be it. People will take a shot at me. Whatever. You'll never kill the fucking idea. You'll never kill the fucking truth. It'll be here forever. And it ain't ever going anywhere. And you're the fucking loser for not understanding it and acting on it. Not me. I got the message. The problem isn't with me, motherfucker. The problem's with you. I'm doing this work. You're not. That's the fucking problem. I understand infinitely more than most people. They don't understand those things. That's the fucking problem. The problem doesn't lie with me. I did what I'm supposed to. I put it out really fucking nicely. That didn't really work out. Now I'm putting it out like an asshole. And that's my personal fucking prerogative based on how I feel. You think emotions don't play into it? You think I'm not upset about telling people the truth for 15 years and the world turned into a fucking circus? No, I'm not taking to that nicely because I was right the whole fucking time. And that's what matters. I did attain the knowledge. I did attain the care. And I did perform the right action. It's other fucking people who failed at it, not me. You want to take criticisms of me? Shove them up your fucking ass and keep them to your fucking self, loser. I'm not the problem in this dynamic. I learned what I was supposed to. I did what I was supposed to. You're the fucking problem because you're not doing what you're supposed to. Let's get that clear. Because you want to be comfortable. You want your selfish concerns. You want your own fucking time. You want to pay attention to what you want to pay attention to. You don't want to sacrifice any of those things. You want other people to do that, but you don't want to fucking do it because you're a loser. That's what makes you a loser. That's what makes you a bad person. That's the definition of a loser and a bad person. Let's get that clear. There's definitions of words for a fucking reason. Words exist for a fucking reason. Alright, so I'm going to bring the fucking hammer down. And if anybody has a lick of fucking common sense still in their fucking brain, you know what I'm saying is true. And I'm laying it the fuck out like no one else will. Excuse me for a minute. I'm going to take something to drink. So, this chart, incredibly important. Study it. Memorize it. Understand it. If we don't sacrifice our personal comfort to do the right behaviors, all we stay in is our selfish concerns. All we stay in is a dynamic of stagnation, of inaction, of cowardice, of laziness. And these are the things that kill freedom on the right-hand column of failure and stagnation. Ignorance destroys freedom. Apathy destroys freedom. The inaction caused by laziness and cowardice destroy freedom. Would you look at the whole earth as an aggregate system of people living upon it and say that the overarching dynamic of their consciousness tends toward ignorance, apathy, laziness, and cowardice? Or does the overarching aggregate of human consciousness tend toward knowledge, intelligence, care, right action, willpower, and courage? Which one of those describes the bulk of humanity in the collective, in the aggregate? If you had to judge all of humanity, everybody living on the earth, according to two simple dynamics, are they knowledgeable and intelligent? Do they truly care about what is really important in the sense of caring about truth, freedom, and justice? And are they largely, in the aggregate, taking right action through courage and willpower? Or would you say the bulk of humanity is in a state of total ignorance, especially ignorance about the difference between right and wrong, objective morality and natural law? Are they apathetic toward the whole human condition? Do most people not care because all they give a shit about is their own selfish concerns? And do they not take right action and they're in a state of paralyzed inaction because most of them are very lazy and cowardly? If you tell me that the dynamic is knowledge, care, and right action through courage and willpower in the bulk of humanity, rather than ignorance of morality, apathy toward all these dynamics, and total inaction because of lazy and cowardice, you're a total fucking liar. You're breaking the first dictate of initiation into the truth and into the occult, and that is you're lying to yourself. Well, you can go and lie to your fucking self, but don't lie to me. I don't want to hear your fucking lies. You got to be honest with yourself about where the total overarching dynamic is at. And that's part of the problem, is that most people won't do that. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it because I'm not lying to myself or other people. So I'll say the truth about where all of humanity is at in the aggregate. Are there a tiny few people that have attained those things in that green column? Of course. Percentage-wise, it's far less than 1% of humanity. And that ain't going to get it done. You got to get up off your ass and you got to work. You got to become knowledgeable. You got to learn technology. You got to fucking read. You can't sit on your ass. You can't just keep taking in information. You got to do things with what you have accrued. It isn't just about learning more and more and more. Then you get addicted to knowledge. That's not the way out. The way out is right action. You get the knowledge. You care enough to take the right action, then you're going to create the solution. It's not that hard to figure out. It's common sense, which we're on short supply of. But don't tell me we're anywhere close to a solution. Because all you got to do is look at the earth as one being. Look at all the life on the earth as one being and put it all together in the aggregate and say, if humanity was one being, would the bulk of their consciousness and behavior reflect knowledge, care, and right action? Or would it reflect ignorance, apathy, and inaction? And if you're such a fucking liar that you're going to say that the bulk of humanity tends toward those good things, those good attainments and achievements, you are a liar. And the next question you got to ask yourself is, what are you yourself as a being doing to advance it toward those good dynamics and away from those negative dynamics? Through your action. What are you doing through your action? Think about how much somebody like myself will influence people and inspire people toward the betterment of their behavior, toward the betterment of their consciousness, versus what you've done. And that's all you need to do is compare it. And yes, you are capable of it. Everybody goes, what can I do? You could do an infinite amount. You could do an infinite amount of things. There's such a plethora of what you can do that we couldn't fill it up on 100 seasons of What on Earth is Happening to talk about what right action could be done. It's an infinite amount of right action. What are you doing is the only question you need to sit in front of a mirror and ask yourself. And the honest answer for most people is you're doing fucking nothing. You're watching other people, you're critiquing other people, and you're sitting on your lazy fucking ass doing nothing. You don't have one thing that you've ever created to show for yourself. Not a fucking one thing. Think about that. Almost everybody listening to me. You as a being haven't put one thing out into the world, and I know it's true. I'm not guessing. I'm not saying this and hoping that it's true. I'm not, projecting. I know almost all of you haven't done a fucking thing except listen to other people and then critique them. Nobody needs your critiquing. They need your assistance through your action. Yeah, the whole idea that a critic is somebody that isn't good enough to actually do the thing that they're critiquing. That's basically what it is. Somebody who feels inferior, so they go and critique other fucking people because they're losers. I'm not critiquing anybody else who's doing the work. I'm telling people that you're a loser and you're a bad person for not doing it. There's a big difference. That doesn't make me a fucking critic. That makes me telling you the truth about yourself. That's what I'm doing. And people don't want to hear it. And they'll say, I'm the bad guy for telling it to them. No, you're wrong. I'm saying the fucking truth. It's still going to be true no matter how you feel about it. You need to get the fuck over yourself and get up off your lazy fucking ass. You conquer your inaction. Conquer your apathy. Conquer your laziness and your cowardice. You do that by sacrificing personal comfort, and you just fucking do it. There's nothing to it but to do it. You do it, and then you learn as you go. That's it. You want to have a million excuses. I don't have enough time. Oh, I have this job. I have children. That's what you sound like. Excuse makers. You're as bad as order followers. Excuse makers. You and the Order followers are who's destroying the fucking world. The Order followers are destroying it at a really grand scale, and you're right underneath them as excuse makers, not fucking morally educating the public. And you want it to change, and you think it's going to change on your own. Lying to yourself and magical fucking thinking. You're liars and you're bad dreamers. There's such a thing as a good dreamer using the imagination to want to create a better world. Nothing wrong with that kind of dreaming. That's not the kind of dreaming being talked about. That don't stop dreaming in initiation into the occult. You're a bad dreamer. You're lying to yourself, and then you want to believe the world works a way other than what it does. And you want to believe you're a good person when you're not doing a fucking thing to contribute to the great work. No, you're the problem. You're dreaming, and the thing you're dreaming about is you're dreaming that you're a good person. And you're not. And I'm one of the only people that'll tell it to you. Because I care more about the average fucking person that I don't even know than their own fucking family members, their own relatives, their own spouse, their own fucking children, and their own parents. That's the truth. I told you I was going to bring the hammer down and hit people hard in this presentation. Hope you're getting what you expected. Let's move on to the next slide. Here's the truth of the matter. Most people in the so-called freedom movement who say they want freedom don't want to put any skin in the game. Understand what this phrase means. It means, have you sacrificed anything to invest your effort? Look at how much skin I have in the game. I walked away from fucking Satanists who could easily arrange to fucking kill me if they really wanted. They don't really operate like that. People think they do, but they don't. Because they don't want to bring attention to someone like myself. Believe me, that's the last thing they want. That's the absolute last thing they want, is to start bringing attention to someone like me. Plus, I'm doing the right thing. They're not really going to come after people like that. They come after people who did all the things that they were asked to do by their organizations and think tanks, and then suddenly want to do something for their own selfish benefit. Those are the people who get hit, you know? Not people who get the protection of creation by truly doing the right thing. They actually have a modicum of respect for people that do that and fight them as a true enemy. They know it's not nearly enough. That's why they told me I'd be banging my head against the concrete wall till the day I died, and they were absolutely correct. And I'll do it anyway, because it's the right thing to do, and that's what motivates my behavior, not personal gain or reward. If any reward happens as a result, wonderful, that's an added bonus, but guess what? That's not my underlying motivation. And that's what people can't even understand. If I wasn't making a fucking penny to do anything, if I wasn't getting one donation, if I wasn't getting one piece of equipment to continue, I'm still going to put my voice out in the world any way that I can. Like I said, I'll record something into my phone and put out an audio podcast with nothing, with no production. If it comes down to that. If it comes down to that, I'll do that from from a friend's couch who will take me in if I become that poor. Oh well. But I'm not going to stop speaking, because it's the right thing to do. That's the bottom line. And you know what? Everybody can do that. There's not one person that can't do at least that. Record your voice and hit upload. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to learn how to do. You could do it with no production and just let it be what it is. Even that would help. And most people won't do that because they're lazy fucking cowards. Just think about that. I'm calling you a lazy fucking coward. And you don't even have enough fucking self-respect to prove me wrong. And no, it's not reverse psychology. I'm not trying to say that to get you to go and do whatever. Yeah, you're going to do what you want. But I'm calling the people who have done nothing lazy cowards, and you don't even have enough self-fucking respect to even look at yourself and admit that that's what you are. No skin in the game. You're losers. Yeah. And that's what we need. We need dichotomy. We need tension. We need people who are calling people like this out. We don't need everybody saying it's all love and light and we're all just together. Yeah, at some level that condition exists, but not here on earth. What we need is for people to get up off their lazy, cowardly ass and put skin in the game. You got to invest effort. You got to invest work. Blood, sweat, and tears. And if you don't put skin in the game, don't tell me that you're doing what's right. Don't tell me that you're a good person. It ultimately means that you're lazy, cowardly trash. If you have no skin in the game and you haven't been investing any effort, you haven't been doing this work, don't tell me that you're on the right path in life. You're not on the right path in life. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Thomas Paine worded it like this in his pamphlets called the Crisis, or the American Crisis. He said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." And he's saying summer soldier, sunshine patriot, these are the kind of people that only do quote unquote the right thing when it's popular to do the right thing. Now it's unpopular to do the right thing. See, the right way is not necessarily the easy way, because stagnation, dissolution, entropy, that's easy. All you got to do is sit on your lard ass and do nothing. And that's what the wrong way is. The wrong way is the easy way. It's very, very, very easy to go down the wrong path. I never told anybody the right way was the easy way. I said it was simple to learn the truth if you stop lying to yourself. The right way of doing things is simple. It's stop asking what's in it for me and start asking, is it right? It's not that fucking hard. Most people just don't have the balls to do that. The right way is often the hard way. The wrong way is almost always the easy way. Because like I said, entropy, it's easy. Just do nothing. You want evil to conquer the world and take over and rule everybody and enslave yourself and your children and your grandchildren and all future generations? It's real simple. Do nothing. Be a fucking loser. Be a coward. Be a lazy ass. Sit on the couch with your thumb up your ass. Do nothing. Don't get involved in the great work. Don't get involved in morally educating others. That's real fucking easy. Real fucking easy to do nothing. You're still going to be in the wrong. It's never going to make you a good person. Stop lying to yourself about that shit. Stop calling yourself a good person. You're not. And other people doing people a disservice by telling them that they're good just because they want something. Just because you want something doesn't make you good. Your actions make you good or bad. Not what you say you want. Let's get that straight. Let's get that real clear. What you say you want doesn't make you good or bad. Your actions make you a good person or a bad person. What are you doing to educate people? How much skin do you have in the game? How much effort do you have in this work? What kind of an investment of your time, of your attention? What kind of sacrifice of your creature comforts? What kind of sacrifice of your money? What kind of sacrifice of your personal comfort? What kind of sacrifice of your selfish concerns? No. Yeah, crickets. Exactly. With the exception of a few. There's a few. There's a pissant few. And guess what? This isn't for you guys. Wonderful if you're involved, truly. That's great. You have my thanks. You have my respect as a peer and as a fellow human being doing the right thing. But if you're not involved, don't lie to yourself and other people and tell anybody you're a good person, because that's untrue. If you don't have any skin in the game, you're the summer soldier. You're the sunshine patriot. You're taking the easy way out and going down the wrong path of inaction, of laziness, of cowardice. And those are real easy to do. You just do nothing. You flap your fucking gums while you're doing nothing. Saying about what you want. That your actions ain't ever going to bring you. Your actions the way they are ain't ever going to bring you to what you want. You don't understand the laws of attraction. You don't understand the laws of causality still. If we did, we would have turned the fucking world around by this point. That's the problem. People flap their gums without knowledge. They think saying what they want's going to magically bring it to them. And the world doesn't work like that, little fucking baby fucking children. The world works through doing the hard fucking work that's often the hard way, but it's the right way, and then you get the positive reward. That's how it fucking works. Anybody telling you different is either a fucking loser, know nothing, or they're a fucking loser liar. Either way, they're a fucking loser. Stop emulating them and being like them through your inaction. That's the whole problem. That's why these people are murdering us. That's why the occultists are murdering us. The social engineers are murdering us. They're not in the internal contradiction that most people are in. They say what they want to do. They feel a certain way about what they want to do that's in alignment, and then they do it in total non-contradiction, in unity consciousness. And the world's always going to reward that. Always going to reward that. Be honest with yourself. If you don't want to do the things that create true freedom, don't say you want true freedom. Say the truth. I want slavery. I want death. I want chaos. I want decay. I don't want anything good for myself or my progeny or those that come after me in future generations. Just be honest. Don't say one thing and then in the next sentence, what you say contradicts what you said in sentence number 1. What you're doing is you're saying, I want freedom. I want evolution of the species. But I want government to continue to exist. But I want police to continue to exist. But I don't want to put any skin in the game. But I don't want to make the effort. But I don't want to be I still want to be a totally private person. But I don't want to create media and put it out on the internet. But I don't want to learn how to do this. Always excuse after excuse after excuse. And one thing after another that shows internal contradiction and internal opposition with the self. You're fucking losers. Losers. You're not helping the effort, you're harming the effort. You're losers. And that's what you need to be fucking told. That's what you needed to be told by your fucking parents. That you don't know how to fucking think. You don't know how to achieve anything. You don't know how to create. You don't know how to fucking make something better. You don't know how to order anything because you weren't fucking taught. And you think you're going to help. You're Ralph Wiggum picking his fucking retarded fucking nose, asshole. And I'm going to tell you about it because the time is fucking short. And I'm just going to say what I think of fucking people. I don't care whether you like me. I'm still telling you the truth. You don't need to like Mark Passio. But you need to understand what I understand. I don't need you to fucking like me. I need you to hear what I'm saying and understand it as truth. That's what I need from you. And it is truth. No, it's not my opinion. And yes, I am correct. I busted my fucking ass to be correct, loser. So let's move on. That's how it's going to be. It's going to be like that. You don't want to listen? Shut it the fuck off. Okay? I'm gonna present the way I want to present based on what you guys are fucking doing. Or more importantly, not doing. That That's how much you motivate and inspire me with your inaction. I'm converting it to, it's anger that's going to be converted into what I'm doing and saying. You don't like it? Go fuck yourself. Go do it your own way. I'm not interested in whether you like me or what I'm saying. It's not your right to stop me from what I'm saying, and I'll say it how I want, and I'll say whatever the fuck I want. You see how you feel about the state of the fucking world when you're doing this as long as I have. I don't need your fucking advice. I never asked for it. How about that? I don't want it. I never asked for it. About the kind of job I'm doing. You don't like it? Go do it your own fucking way and show me how it's done, which is what I said from day one. I'm going to say it how I want. I'm going to say it with the emotion that I want. Go fuck yourself if you don't like it. Most people in the freedom movement do not want to sacrifice any of their personal time to create change. They want to sit on their lard ass, wishing for it to change and watching other people do hard work instead of getting involved themselves. And once again, that makes you a fucking loser. That doesn't make you a good person. You just want your time for yourself. You want to look at somebody who's taken their time to do things like this, and you want to critique that instead of you spending your fucking time to actually create something. Once again, all you got to do is ask yourself, what have you put out into the world to help make the world any better? Stop critiquing Mark Passio. Stop critiquing David Icke. Stop critiquing fucking Jordan Maxwell. Stop critiquing Michael Tessarion. Stop critiquing fucking Alex Jones. Stop critiquing anybody that's fucking actually done something. What the fuck have you done? What the fuck have you done? Google your name in double quotes. That'll tell you what you've done. Look at that in relation to the great work and personal sacrifice. What the fuck have you done? Most people come back with some social media results and that's it. No, because you want your time for yourself. You know, the whole thing, time is money. So what am I spending my time on to get money? That's all you're worried about. That's all 99.9% of people in 100 are worried about. How's my time being spent to make money? And folks, this presentation is almost certainly going to run into next week, so it'll be part 2 next week with your calls. Because I'm not close to being done, and it'll take as long as I feel it takes to get the message across. No, you don't see how much time and effort I put into what I do, because you haven't done it, and that's the problem. That's the entirety of the problem. You haven't spent any of your fucking time on this. You've spent your time absorbing some information, and you even have low information about it. You don't even have depth of knowledge. You don't have breadth of knowledge. You got low information about it. If you had high information about it, you'd be doing something. What the fuck do you have to show for anything? You got nothing out there with your name on it. And that's what makes you a fucking coward. That's what makes you a fucking loser. You're in one of the most monumental battles of good and evil in the history of humanity. And you don't have one fucking item with your name on it. And again, I'm not saying this to be about ego. You know, watch the movie, what was it? I think it's, is it Ulysses? Can't remember the name of it. Greek warrior. He says to this frightened child before he's getting ready to, Achilles is getting ready to ride out into battle. He's like one of the greatest Greek warriors. And a young child is saying to him, "You're going to fight the Persian army or whoever they're off to fight." And he says, "Yeah." And the kid says, "Aren't you afraid?" And he's like, "No, I'm going to do what I need to do." And the kid says, "Well, if I was fighting them, I'd be really afraid." And he looks at the child who's like maybe 10, 11, 12 years old, and he says, "That's why no one will ever remember your name." And it's not an egotistical statement. Everybody answers that, well, oh, what do you care about your name? Wait, let me get the voice right. What do you care about your name being remembered? Did I get it right? I think that's about it. That's not what the statement is about, ass. The statement is about what deeds of greatness did you do that people are going to remember you for long after you're dead. He's saying you are a fucking coward and a loser in that state of mind, and no one remembers cowards and losers. He says that's why nobody's ever even going to think of you long after you're gone. It'll be like you never existed, loser. That's what Achilles is saying to this small child, and he's being honest with him, and he's being hard on him, because that's what he is. He's a fucking coward and a loser. And people like that aren't good people and shouldn't really be showed tons and tons of respect. They should be told what they are, and that's what he was basically telling him. He was telling him indirectly by saying what is the difference between him and Achilles, what he really thinks of him, that he has no respect for him, even as a younger child. He's saying, you're old enough to start basically developing into a man, and you're not even a fucking man. You're a loser and a coward. And no one will remember your name because of that. See, it isn't about, I need my name remembered. No, that's not the dynamic. The dynamic is, I will do such great things of goodness in the world, regardless of the sacrifice required, that people will remember my name because of those deeds. That's what he's saying to him. Get it right. When you watch the movie and see that allegory. People just make shit up and want to believe whatever they want to believe about what something means, about what the real intended meaning is. People who don't want to sacrifice their time to create change have no skin in the game. All they care about is money. All they care about is what they're going to get out of it. People like that aren't good people. Stop calling yourself a good person if you say, I don't have time for that. I can't make time for that. That means all you give a shit about is what you get as a reward for the time you spend doing anything. You're not doing it just because it's the right thing to do. You're doing it because you're fucking selfish. That's what makes someone a bad person. People still can't understand this. They still can hear the words and they still don't understand, and they'll still fight you on it. This is what it means to make personal sacrifice. You got to take of your time. You got to sacrifice things that you could have been made money doing. You got to sacrifice things that you could have been getting pleasure for doing. That's it. That's why this isn't the one big fucking party. It's the one great work. It requires personal sacrifice to get it done. That's why we're not getting it done, because we're not making the sacrifices. You can't have all the things that you want for yourself and be free at the time we're living in. Sorry to burst your fucking bubble, but to tell you otherwise is blowing smoke up your ass. I can't have all the things that I want for myself and be free. I have to sacrifice the things I want for myself to teach people moral education so that I can be free, because past generations dropped the fucking ball on this because they didn't spend their time and their energy and their attention to do it. That's why we're in a time of extremity. All things being equal, you can go and do what the fuck you want with your time if people are free and their rights are respected. That's not the time we're living in. So to shirk the responsibility to sacrifice your time is to do the wrong thing. We have to stop saying, I just want my time for myself. I don't have time for that. I gotta spend time on this, and I got a job, and I got a family. Yeah, so fucking what? So do fucking most people. You ain't special. You're not different. Nobody gives a fuck. Get the fuck over it. Nobody personally gives a fuck. Go worry about your own shit when we're free. And no one gives a fuck. How about getting involved in the effort to free every fucking body because we're fucking enslaved, loser? No, you don't think on those terms. You just think your selfish, arrogant, fucking prick fucking state of mind. That's it. That's all you do. All day. Every day. That's what Satanism is. That's what being a fucking de facto Satanist is. See, I can't even insert my anger and rage to the extent I want in formalized presentations on somebody else's platform. Because it would be disrespectful. But I'm going to say it here on my fucking platform. You know? At the end of this season, you got to get the hammer dropped on you. Because I was very nice. I said things. I educated people. I brought guests on. This presentation, I'm dropping the fucking hammer. That's how it's got to be. Because I need you to have something at the end to listen to and remember and fucking carry your fucking effort into next year with. If I'm going out blazing. No bullets left in this gun after this presentation. You know? Shoot them all. Let's move on to the next slide. Once most people in the freedom movement realize how long it takes to acquire knowledge and master skill sets, they give up almost immediately. And this is something I see with people over and over and over. You're fucking quitters. Most people are loser quitters. They look at something and they assess before they even do any of it, before they even get involved in actually doing the behavior or learning anything. They mentally assess in their own bullshit judgment, which they're not very good at, by the way, right? Their judgment's not good. They have no good what's called thin slicing, like just using your intuitive capability to understand what something really truly involves or what's really happening. It's intuitive thin slicing the scenario in your mind mentally. Most people are absolute shit at it because they don't have a good right brain, creative, intuitive makeup in their personality, in their consciousness. And so they're really bad at thin slicing a situation to even determine what's involved and be semi-accurate about that scenario, right? So they try to thin slice this situation in their mind about, oh, let's see what's actually involved in doing that. And they're like 100% wrong. Their thin slicing ability is pure shit. They get all of the dynamics that are involved incorrect, all of the ratios incorrect, and they quit immediately. And they quit based on wrong assumptions. They quit based on what they think they can do. And they're wrong about all of it. Not some of it, not a little bit, not like half and half or 70-30. They're wrong about 100% of it. Almost all the time. I see it over and over and over. And I'm like, what do you really know about what's involved in learning that? What do you really know about what's involved in getting that? I'm not going to tell you it's easy. It's hard work. But you don't really know what's involved or how it accelerates and picks up steam and builds on top of itself. You don't know that because you haven't done it. What it is, it's like a person with no experience doing something. Talking to a person with all the experience in the world that a human being could have. And the person who's inexperienced trying to tell the experienced person how it really works when they've done none of it. Imagine this. This is how dumb people are. This is how fast people are to quit. Because they want to tell themselves a bullshit story so they don't have to take the responsibility to learn. So they make excuses before they ever begin, and that breaks rule number 1 on the path to truth. There's only 2 mistakes on the path to truth: not starting and not going all the way. And people who are quitters like that, they don't want to start because they know starting imparts some responsibility. And folks, that is all the time we're going to have for this presentation on this edition of What on Earth is Happening. Next week, I will continue with part 2 of fear of sacrifice in the freedom movement. Let's jump into our slides and continue our presentation from last week. So this is Fear of Sacrifice in the Freedom Movement, Extended Edition, Part 2. Last week we ended on this slide. We are talking about that people in the freedom movement who say they want freedom and say they don't want human slavery to continue, say they don't want government to continue, say they don't want corruption in our world to continue the way it has been, largely unabated and unchallenged, and yet they will not make the personal sacrifices required to truly learn the causal factors of what is taking place, truly learn the moral aspects that need to be learned, and then, above all else, once you have that information, we have people in the freedom movement who do have that information to a large extent, and they should be beginning to pass on that information to others. If they have the basic foundations of how freedom is manifested, how morality truly works, how natural law works, then it becomes one's responsibility to put out what you currently understand about that. And people, unfortunately, in this movement are loath to make the sacrifices that are required to create real change, real manifested change in our reality here on Earth. They give a million excuses. They wait and wait and wait. They never get started. And most of all, when they get to the point where they know they have to speak out publicly and put this information out in a widespread way, not in a way just talking to your family or friends, talking to neighbors. That's great to do, not discouraging that. However, that's only going to reach a very, very, very tiny, limited audience. When they realize they have to put this work out in some formalized way online to reach the masses of people, to get thousands of people to hear their voice, possibly tens or hundreds of thousands. If they could become big enough, possibly millions. They immediately balk at the work involved. They realize, first of all, how long it's going to take and how much required sacrifice it's going to take just to acquire the knowledge. And then when they look at the skill sets that they're going to have to learn to become involved in really becoming the new media, in putting this information out online, in a podcast, in a video show, with documentaries, or even writing books, or doing audio lectures, or doing formalized presentations that they could deliver online or in person. They look at those skill sets and 90% or greater give up immediately because something in them is broken, something in them has been told, and they've bought the bill of goods that's been sold to them, that they're not good enough, they're not intelligent enough, they won't be able to do it, they won't be able to learn it. It's a huge crock of shit. It's an absolute lie that people are buying. Unless you have some handicap, disability, mental disability, etc., most human beings that are able-bodied are able to do this, are able to learn how to do this. Does it take effort? Yes, it does. Does it take time? Yes, it does. Does it take focus? Yes, it does. They won't sacrifice what they have to sacrifice to get it done. And therefore, they're not acting rightly, and therefore, society never truly really changes for the better. And they don't understand they're causing that. They're the problem. They're the ones who are keeping society the way it is by not speaking out. It's your obligation, it's your moral obligation to morally educate your fellow human being, to attempt to morally educate your fellow human being. Hey, if they're at the point where they absolutely refuse this knowledge, and guess what? People can be turned around even in this late hour. The brain is very plastic. The mind, the worldview, it is plastic. It has plasticity to it. That doesn't mean it's literally plastic. It means it is capable of greatly changing. It is morphable. It can be shaped. It can be molded. It can be influenced. It can be raised to a higher consciousness through knowledge. It is possible. Is it hard work? Yes, it is hard work. Not going to lie to you. Not going to blow smoke up your ass. But if you don't start, you'll never get the effort moving. If you don't make the required sacrifices of your time, of your energy, of your effort, of your focus and your attention and learning, you're never going to make strides and get moving and get up off your ass and start doing the great work. And this is what I've been hammering on since day one here on What on Earth is Happening. And I'm not going to stop hammering on it. Action is of ultimate importance and significance. Action. It's not just about what you know. It's not about your intentions. Intentions are meaningless without right action behind them. The law of attraction, the true, real law of attraction, isn't just about your thoughts and emotions. It's about your thoughts and emotions being in congruity and in alignment with your behavior, with your actions. That's what it's all about. That's what makes consciousness a trinity: thought, emotion, and action. People have to stop giving up so easy. Most people give up before they begin. Again, the old saying from the Buddha is, there's only two mistakes that one can make on the path to truth: not starting and not going all the way. But if you don't start, nothing gets done. If you don't start, there's no improvement. And again, don't just think other people got this. They don't got this. I don't got this. Mark Passio doesn't got this. Okay? I don't have it. Okay? I'm handling my business. You need to handle yours. You don't just leave it in the hands of other people. You do the work yourself and you amplify the voice of truth. You amplify the voice of the will of creation. You amplify the voice of natural law. These natural forces have to speak through us. They are absolute immutable forces at work in nature. But for people to understand them, we have to embody a voice to them. And we are that voice. And if we're not acting in that capacity, people are not learning how these dynamics in creation work. They don't understand the real laws of attraction. They don't understand the causal factors for what is happening in our world. And it's up to us to change that. That's our moral obligation once we've received this knowledge about objective morality and natural law. So once again, you can't just sit on your ass, and you can't take a defeatist attitude like, I just am too stupid to do it. I just will never get that. Well, with that attitude, of course you won't. You know? Again, the other adage by people who have really put out an understanding of the basic laws of attraction. If you tell yourself that you can, or if you tell yourself that you can't, either way you're correct. It's up to your mindset and your worldview. You have to work on changing your worldview about yourself, because you've bought a lie that you're not good enough, that you're not talented enough, that you're not smart enough. And guess what? All of those things are mutable. You can become better. Maybe it's slightly true that you're truly not a capital G good person. Capital G, capital P, good person. That can be changed. That can be improved. You can go from a state of being a person who's not a truly good person to being a truly good person. It is malleable. It is a state that is able to be changed. That's the good news of all of this. You know, if you are not truly a smart or an intelligent person, that can be changed. You can work to improve that. See, we tend to think, oh, it's just one level of intelligence your whole life, and it's a line that never moves. Not true. There can be ups and downs in that process. People can become lazy and actually lose their sharpness, lose their intellectual sharpness and acumen. They can put in a lot of work and they can gain it over time. It's plastic, it's malleable, it's free-flowing, it's changeable. The same thing when it comes to being lazy. People who are lazy can work to change that and can be productive people in society. And vice versa. People who once did a great amount can become lazy and start slacking and resting on their laurels. It's that those are changeable qualities, unlike natural law, which is immutable and unchangeable. The qualities of ourself we can change if we put work into it. So don't just listen to lies that have been told you, oh, you're not smart enough, you won't figure that out, you can't do that. Yes, you can. It just takes work. You know, it isn't magic. It's not a magical process, folks. It's not like it's going to suddenly reach your mind. You have to put work into it to understand it. You got to go to people who have done the things that need to be done, the requirements. And then you got to learn how to do the things they're doing. You mentor under people. That's what How to Become the True Media is. It's a mentoring opportunity. It's an opportunity to be mentored by someone who's doing what I'm talking about at a high level. Again, my operation isn't huge. It's not, it's not a rinky-dink operation either. It's a moderate-sized, medium-sized at best. But let me tell you, at least I truly, really know what I'm doing, and I try to do it to the best of my ability, and get the information out there to people. And you have the opportunity to learn from someone who's already doing that, who knows how to do it and is already doing it. The proof's in the pudding, as the saying goes. You go to the people who already are doing it. You observe and you learn from them. And that's what How to Become the True Media is. So, once again, people give up too easily, and they have to stop. They have to change that whole worldview about themselves. And that comes from listening to what they were told about themselves, and then they started believing it. They started believing those lies and then thinking those things about themselves. That's malleable. That's changeable. You can change that with work to improve your worldview. And then you could actually put the work in to learn how to do this stuff. Is it totally easy? No, there's a learning curve to it. It requires effort. It's not a totally automatic process. You got to put the time in. You got to make the sacrifice of your time and attention and focus, and you got to put those things toward the end result. You got to put those things toward your goal. There's requirements toward the goal. It's not a magical automated process. If you believe that, you've been listening to too much New Age bullshit. If you believe it's just automatic. No, people don't get smarter automatically. People are not educated automatically. It requires putting the work out there. It requires speaking out publicly. It requires you understanding the publishing and communication technologies to do that, and then doing it. And that requires work. That's effort. Okay? So let's understand how it works in reality, not some New Age bullshit guru telling you, oh, all these things are just automated processes of evolution. No, they're not. They're matters of free will and willpower. Let's get that straight. They're matters of free will and willpower. What will you choose to do, and will you power it through? Will you power through it? Will you keep going? Okay, it's not just about starting things. It's about pushing through to completion. That's willpower that needs to be developed. Your free will you use to choose the right thing, and then you use your willpower to power through and push through to completion. So once again, this slide is about how quickly most people give up in the freedom movement. And that's not going to get it done. That's not going to change it. Tell yourself that you can, and you'll start believing that. So let's move forward. Acquiring occulted knowledge in the ancient world versus acquiring occulted knowledge in the modern world. Again, occulted simply means hidden. Imagine the sacrifices that people had to make to obtain occult knowledge in the ancient world, and then the immense sacrifices and labors of love that people had to do to put that out for other people to obtain. Whether they spoke to them in person at every opportunity, or whether they painstakingly wrote or copied handwritten information on scrolls, papyrus scrolls in many instances, and then attempted to preserve them and in some cases distribute them. Most people couldn't read or write. It was almost reserved for the select few that actually obtained the ability to read and write. Again, some people obviously could, a portion of the population, but in many ancient societies there were free and slave classes, and the slaves were forbidden from even reading. It would have been punishable by death for some of them to even obtain information like this in some of the most draconian societies of the ancient world. So imagine, people braved torture. They braved death to not only acquire this information, but to bring it forward and distribute it through ancient mystery tradition societies and fraternal brotherhoods and orders. And then again, many of those, because of the secrecy, because of the rarity of this information and how it was largely hidden for the reasons I just explained, they largely kept it occulted. And that pretty much ensured that it would not become common sense knowledge. This knowledge is not for the elect. This knowledge is not for the elite. It is not for the few. It is for all. The Hermeticists had it wrong. The ancient mystery traditions had it wrong. For whatever reasons they chose to believe that that was the way it had to be and justified it, they still were incorrect. And I take umbrage with their approach. And I say, yes, I do know better. And I say, yes, you did make a mistake. Yes, you were incorrect. And the incorrect decision to do that was multiplied, and it was followed, and that error continued into the modern day. And that's why it's not common sense today. But look at the opportunity we have. This information isn't truly occulted anymore. It is out in the open. It is knowable. It is obtainable. It's verifiable because it's all a science as well. It's a science that's provable by observable phenomena. And then we can get it, we can understand it, we can receive it through very simple means today in the comfort of our home, on a desktop computer, on a laptop computer, on a tablet, on a cell phone, with a cup of coffee in our hand, sitting comfortably. Imagine what our ancestors had to do to obtain and preserve this occult information. Some of them paid for it with their lives. Some of them were tortured to death. Horribly. We have it so easy by comparison. There is no excuse or justification for people not learning this and then not putting it back out there for others. It's your moral obligation in today's society. It's not just something that you have a free will right to choose. When slavery is present, it is a moral obligation to understand objective morality and teach it to others. Otherwise, you're part of the problem that continues on and on. You're part of allowing it to stay in our society and grow unabated and unchallenged. When there is absolutely no excuse because the data is easily available, it is available in so many different formats, regardless of what way you prefer to take the information in that works best for you. And you could put it back out there in so many different available formats that it is outrageous how many options we have in the modern world compared to the ancient world. There is absolutely zero excuse for anyone that refuses to make the simple sacrifices. They may be difficult to implement in your life, but they're very simple to see what they are, and they're simple to choose if you truly understand what your moral obligation is to do. You don't choose it because it's expedient or easy. You don't choose it because of a reward. You don't choose it because, it's going to lead to less short-term suffering. You choose it because it's the right thing to choose. That's the only thing that people truly have to take into consideration when it comes to matters of conscience. You don't justify not doing it. You don't choose it because of something that's in it for you. Those things don't even enter into my decision making. You choose something because it's right. If you want to consider yourself a good person. Otherwise, stop lying to yourself about being a good person. Tell yourself the truth. You're not a good person. You can become a good person. This is one of the absolute definitive characteristics of what it means to be a good person, is that you've taken the knowledge in that comprises conscience, the knowledge of objective morality of whether any given behavior in question is a moral right for you or anyone else to perform because it does not initiate harm to other sentient beings, or if it is an immoral behavior because it does initiate harm to other sentient beings. Conscience is the definitive knowledge of the objective difference between those two forms of behavior, morally right behavior and morally wrong behavior. It is your moral obligation to learn that. And then it is one's moral obligation for all who still do not know that to teach that to them, whether they want to hear it or not, because not doing that is allowing harm to continue in society unchecked. It's a passive version of actively watching violence take place against someone else and doing nothing to attempt to stop it. Not even speaking out against it. And that is what people who aren't involved in the great work are doing. They're sitting back, they're sitting on their ass, they're watching violence take place, they're watching slavery take place, and they're not even saying anything about it, let alone doing anything about it. And then in the very next breath, they want to come forward and claim that they're a good person. Liar. Absolute liars. Stop lying to me, stop lying to everybody else, and most of all, stop lying to yourself. That's not what a good person is. That's not what a good person does. And this point will continue to be hammered upon relentlessly. It's one of the only things people have to really begin to truly understand. Because if you're not doing this work, don't call yourself a good person. Tell yourself the truth. Obey the very first occult maxim, occult dictate, whatever you want to call it, the first rule of initiation into the occult world. The initiate is told, do not lie to yourself. Ask yourself the question honestly and answer the question honestly. Are you lying to yourself about yourself being a good person? Because are you sitting back in silence because of whatever selfish concerns that you have, whatever selfish reasons and selfish motivations that you have in your mind that you will not let go of, that prevent you from stopping putting this information back out there for other people? If you're not speaking out publicly, do not lie to yourself that you're a good person. You can do good things, but if you are a person who has the moral character, or I should say the absence of moral character, that you recognize violence, coercion, duress, and slavery are taking place in your midst, and you sit there silently because, oh, I got to worry about making money at my job. Oh, I have kids. Oh, I have this. I need to attend to this. I need to attend to that. You're an excuse maker. I don't care. And it doesn't matter. And the universe doesn't care, quite frankly. What excuses and justifications you make for sitting in silence publicly when slavery and violence are all around you. Don't call yourself a good person. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to everybody else. Stop lying to yourself. You're a liar. You're a liar. And you got to sit in the mirror. You got to sit down, look in the mirror, and say, I'm a liar. Number one. And just stop lying. Even if you don't do anything else, Stop lying to yourself and others. You have to stop calling yourself a good person. A good person doesn't act like that. A good person doesn't do that. You need to just say, I'm not a good person. However, the next thing you need to say to yourself in the mirror is, but I can become a good person. I can stop being a bad person and I can become a good one. Because I can speak out and add to the chorus of the voice of truth. I can add to the voice of morality. I could add to the voice of teaching natural law. It is possible. With work, with effort, with sacrifice. You're not going to be able to do that without sacrifice. That's just the nature of reality. It's the nature of how things work. It's the nature of our world. You have to give up something to be able to do this with force and energy. You are not going to be able to do it with keeping every other aspect of your life the same and not sacrificing anything. Sorry, but it doesn't fucking work that way. You don't do this type of work and effort and put the energy and focus and attention into it without sacrificing something in return. That's your payment. Your payment is to get the knowledge, to put the knowledge out for others. You have to pay in the spiritual currencies of attention and time and effort. You could add a third spiritual currency, effort. It's attention, time, care, effort. It may not just be two. You could look at other things that they're like a monetary system in the spiritual domain. Care is one of them. Actual real world effort is another one. But that all stems from what we initially pay attention to, because that informs our care. It all stems from what you're spending your time doing most of the time. Ask yourself, is most of the time you spend focusing on selfish efforts and concerns? And the answer for most people is absolutely. That's what they do most of the time. See, nobody needs to be perfect. One of the things that I think is the greatest roadblock to people really doing something of their own volition and of their own efforts and doing things that are good, that would really help. The roadblock to that is they think they have to get it perfect. They think they have to put it out at such high quality that it almost mimics perfection. And guess what? That's a big mistake. That's a huge error in judgment. That's a worldview problem. That's a psychological problem. That's one of the greatest dangers to the entire freedom community, is people believing, if I don't have this completely perfect, I'm not going to start. Let me say that again. One of the greatest dangers to the entire freedom community is people who are on the fence about starting speaking out, who say, if I don't get this completely perfect when I start, I'm not going to start. That is one of the greatest mistakes that you can make psychologically and in your implementation of doing the great work. Simply do something that is pretty good. It doesn't I wouldn't say put total slop out either, right? Then you're not really making an effort. Okay? But it doesn't have to be perfect. Put something out of generally good quality. Put something out of generally good and accurate understanding. It doesn't have to have the 100% totality of perfection in your understanding. We don't have the time to wait for that. We have to get this word out and make it common sense. And that's nowhere near from happening. Zero, not even close. People are still at solipsism, let alone understanding objective morality. They're still solipsists and believe I can just make up and invent whatever I want. Words can mean whatever I want, or I can choose to ignore the definitions of words. This is where people are at. This is postmodernism. This is the post-truth world. Solipsism, the belief that there's no objective truth. I can just make up whatever the fuck I want. Pull it out from up my ass and say this is real. Imagine things that aren't real. That's the dreaming state. In a totally dreaming mind state. Not focused on or understanding reality at all. Perception wildly out of alignment with reality. and then believing that you could just be correct by being that insane. It's a religious cult. Postmodernism and solipsism are religious cults. It's a cult belief system that damages our world, that damages the people in it. The people who believe in that are brain damaged, literally. If you looked at their brain in a SPECT scan of the brain, I guarantee you it would look like craters on the moon. It would look like a piece of Swiss cheese in the lobes of the brain, of the neocortex. Electrochemical activity is not really truly firing. And if it is, it's firing impulsively in ways that the brain is not designed to. It's in a completely screwed up state. That's how mind control literally screws up the physiology. But the good news, again, is the brain is plastic. And by putting the right information into it, you can actually change the health of the human brain. This is proven over and over and over and over again. Look into the works of Bruce Lipton and the works of Dr. Joe Dispenza, etc. Many others who have talked about it. I can't remember the person's name. He wrote the book Change Your Brain, Change Your Life, something to that effect. Tons and tons of people. So, we have it easy by comparison to our ancient ancestors. We should take advantage of those opportunities. There's a myriad of ways to learn this information. There's a myriad of ways to put this information back out into the world for others. Stop making excuses and do it. Does it require sacrifice? That's the entire point of this presentation. It does. You will have to sacrifice some of your time. You will have to sacrifice some of your attention that you ordinarily put into other selfish concerns. Once again, this is about what you do most of the time. If you're still going to be a kind of person that just focuses on selfishness most of the time, well, you're going to get what you've always gotten. You want to be the kind of person, okay, when I need to, I focus on selfish concerns. I don't want to, not have a place to live. I don't want to have any money to pay bills and to eat. Of course, I'm going to focus on that for a small amount of time. I don't sit there continuously thinking about these things. I'm making the effort most of the time to do the great work. Even when I take downtime, I'm still refining my understanding. I'm still refining my rhetoric, exploring new things and different ways that people have expressed this philosophically. I never stop doing that. Nor should you. And then put it back out there into the world. If you focus on getting this information out there most of the time, whether you're talking to somebody, whether you're going to go do it online, whether you're going to make a film, etc., or a podcast, then you're in the pocket, then you're in the slipstream, then you're doing the great work. You're contributing to the great work. If most of the time all you're focusing on is your selfish concerns, that's what Satanism is. And that's not helping anybody. I just really hope in this extended format these things are getting through to people. They need to get through to people. People need to understand them in their totality, in their fullness. And that's why I do extended presentations like this, to expand and espouse on these topics over more time than I had when I originally gave the presentation. So let's move on to the next slide. Most people in the freedom movement would never sacrifice money, comfort, and job security to do the right thing. Once again, if you're going to choose expediency in life, if you're going to choose what makes you comfortable, if you're going to choose money, mammon, if those are going to be your gods, and once again, I'm not saying be so destitute and poor that you cannot even procure any equipment to do any of this. Clearly, you got to tend to fit to physical needs and then at least have a little bit of surplus to be able to purchase a piece of equipment to be able to put media together on. Okay? These are real world concerns. Once again, we're not talking about that. We're talking about people will not make the sacrifice required. They only want to focus on those self-oriented things. They only want to focus on the things they need to do for themselves on a daily basis. They never sacrifice to make any time. They never sacrifice a little bit of money. How many people out there still don't have computers because they won't put away $20, $30 a week? And I know everybody will make excuses. Oh, I can't afford anything. You could afford to put money aside to save up to buy a relatively cheap laptop. It's a lie if you tell yourself that you can't. Almost every single person in Western society could do it with a little bit of effort. We got to stop lying to ourselves and telling ourselves the bullshit stories that we tell ourselves all the time. Because that's what we've gotten comfortable and in the habit of doing. We bullshit ourselves 24/7. We're bullshitting ourselves in our sleep and in our dreams, let alone in the waking state. Then we just turn up the knob to 11 of bullshit spewing. Everybody is capable. They don't understand how to sacrifice something. You might not be able to go out 2 nights a week. Go out 1 night a week. Sacrifice that. Stop paying for your cable TV for a while. Sacrifice that. There's a million different ways that you can save a little bit each month. Put it aside. Go out and get a decent piece of equipment. It's not that hard. It's a matter of discipline. It's a matter of making the effort and sacrificing something. Looking at what you're doing with resources and then saying, this isn't really truly necessary in perpetuity. I can stop it for 6 months until I save up some money to get the laptop that I want to get to produce media on, or to get the desktop machine that I want to get to produce media on. And then you can go back to your frivolous, selfish fucking habit. You know, you don't have to give it up forever even. This is how good we have it. And most people will just continue to make excuses. I have to have this job. I can't do anything else. You can do a million other things. You can quit a job that's treating you badly. You can quit a job that's telling you got to get jabbed. You can go someplace else, even if it's for less pay, that you don't need to comply with those things. Everybody has choices. That doesn't mean your choices are maybe going to put you in as advantageous of a position as you were formerly in. But guess what? That's what it means to sacrifice something to do the right thing. See, nobody wants to hear this. Everybody wants to hear you can keep every single thing that you have and you could still truly, really be a good person and you're really on the team and you're really on the good guy's side. Bullshit. Bullshit. And the people who are telling people that, you're not helping. You're fucking hurting the cause. You're hurting the effort long term. And people will tell people this bullshit lie because they want them to like them. They want the numbers. They want the donations. And like I said, get as offended about what I say and throughout my presentations as you want. I'm still going to say what's true. I'm not going to say what you want to hear. You get offended by it, shut it the fuck off. Nobody needs you listening to Mark Passio. I'm saying what's true, whether you want to hear it or not. And that's why I'm the real deal and other people are absolute frauds. Because they'll blow smoke up your ass, they'll tell you what you want to hear, to keep you happy, to keep you donating to them. I don't give a fuck about whether I ever receive a penny from any human being. I'm saying what's true. Get as offended as you like. So, again, to do the right thing requires sacrificing comfort. We talked about all the things that's required. It's a sacrifice of our time and attention. It's a sacrifice of our selfish concerns. And then ultimately, when it comes to action or refusing action that is being forced upon you under duress, you have to sacrifice comfort at some point. That's when the action stage comes in. You have to sacrifice comfort. Personal comfort has to be sacrificed. We made the chart, the flow chart. If you're going to get what you really need to create true freedom from the hole that we're dug into. See, previous generations kept digging this hole. right? It's not entirely the current generations who are alive's fault, quote unquote, but we're continuing to dig in almost every instance. And then that's making it worse for future generations. Stop digging the hole deeper. Let's start climbing out of it. There's effort and sacrifice based on all the past generations digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. Yes, it's going to require sacrifice of our personal comfort at this point. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way if you don't keep ignoring things and let all of the smaller problems build up into a huge mess. This is why stay on top of things, be vigilant, keep doing it, make small sacrifices. They won't have to turn into sacrificing one's life, which is where we're headed. That's where we're ultimately headed, that it's going to require the ultimate sacrifice to get out of the hole. And again, no one really wants to see that because subconsciously you know how violent that will get. You know how unbelievably barbaric and brutal that will be, especially with modern weapons of war. And hey, I say if that's the only option on the table, you still have to take it. You don't just capitulate. Even if it's an effort that you know can't even yield total success. Make them win a Pyrrhic victory then, But don't hand it to them on a platter with no consequence. That's always the wrong thing to do. And that's what we're largely doing by not making the sacrifices that are required of ourselves to do the great work. So let's move on to the next part of this. Again, personal sacrifice involves the choice, the free will choice of what force in the universe are you going to serve. You're going to serve the god Mammon, money, the god of this world. You're going to serve the true God of creation, the God of natural law, the God of morality. The Mammon force, the god of this world, the satanic force, the adversary, the opposer, whatever you want to call it. You can call it a million things. That's the involutionary force. That's the force that stops evolution, that stagnates human progress and consciousness. Dissolution, chaos. It doesn't serve what we say we want. It doesn't serve our interests as beings. In the occult world, they call this involution. That's the force that stagnates evolutionary progress. And then, of course, if we follow the true God of creation and its will, that force's will, that intelligence's will, we will do the great work. We will create order. We will help to assist the true evolutionary force. And that's the problem, is that most people just don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They want to stay in their physical 5 sense 3D comfort zone. And once again, doing this you may not be able to stay in that zone. You may have to sacrifice personal comfort. I would say at this point, we do have to sacrifice personal comfort. Because if personal comfort is all you care about, you're not serving the force of creation. The force of creation isn't saying do the right thing only when it's expedient for you, only when it's easy for you, only when it's going to yield rewards for you. Hell, anybody could do that. There's no work in that. There's no effort in that. That's the entirety of the point. Doing the right thing is not always the easy thing to do. It's simply the right thing to do, and it requires sacrifice and effort. And we're still not understanding this. If we did understand this, we would have tens of thousands of content creators talking about natural law instead of maybe 100 worldwide at this point. Or a couple hundred tops. It's not good enough of an effort. It's not going to get the job done. And I know there's thousands of people who listen to these podcasts every week. And you're still not beginning. You're still the unbegun. You're still telling yourself reasons why you can't. You're liars. You're lying to yourself about why you can't, instead of telling yourself all the ways that you can do it. And then doing it with your willpower. It's just all laziness. We've been trained to be lazy in this culture, in this society. We've been trained to tell ourselves we can't. That's how they monopolized everything. What do you think? These people are lazy? These people aren't driven like the bulk of society? They're some of the most driven, willful, intellectually intelligent people that I've ever been in the presence of, and probably maybe ever will be in the presence of. These people aren't a joke. They're not common thugs, as some people want to suggest. They're highly intellectual. They're highly focused. They're absolutely cunning. And not in the way of just like a beast, an animalistic beast. It's altogether different than that. They're of a higher they operate at a higher psychological order than the mass majority of people even can intellectualize or comprehend. The occultists, the true dark occultists that are running things. That's who I'm speaking about. And people want to simplify it and say, oh, they're just like common street thugs and mafia. No. That's who they got doing their bidding, is the common, dumb, ape-like street thugs of the police and the military. You know? They're the trained monkeys. They're the trained animals. Not the people who are really calling the shots. I understand people want to think in their own conceptualization about how they think the world of the occult works, and the problem with that is they've never been in it. Go to the people who have been in the world of the occult and got out through the grace of creation. They got out through opportunity and fortuity, circumstances that came together and allowed their spirit to push through and to keep going, and their willpower to do that with the aid of creation, because they stuck to their guns and continued to do the right thing. That's not hard. I'm sorry, that's not easy. That's hard. That's hard work. You know? Go to those people. They'll tell you about how the occult really is, the world of occultism. They're not going to tell you they're just like a regular mafia, because that's not how it is. Believe me, they control and call the shots in those thug gang mafias. You go beyond the capo of that street mob, you know, who is just a normal thug when it comes down to it, calling the shots on all of his other henchmen who are also thugs. You go above his head, I guarantee you're going to find an occultist calling the shots above them. They won't tell their underlings all that shit. No. You know, they'll just do the bidding of the unseen hand that's calling the shots above them. You know? Anybody thinks mafias are really just what runs the world, you're delusional and naive like a child. High-level think tanks and then individual high-level occult sorcerers are really calling the shots at the highest levels. And then it goes off-world. You know, that's an entirely other presentation, but again, if truth be told, this isn't a human agenda. This is an anti-human, anti-life agenda, and it's ultimately being controlled by forces that aren't in human bodies. Again, that's for another show. But the point is, don't diminish the power of these occultists by trying to say, oh, they're just like street thug mafias. No. That's clearly a perspective of someone who's never been in the occult. Very obviously. To people who know from inside, first-hand gnosis. They would laugh at that. Laugh at it. All right? More study is required. More understanding from an insider's perspective is required. You know, if you're not taking the knowledge from that insider perspective, you're missing huge dynamics. You're missing huge swaths of information and data to make an informed decision, an informed understanding based upon. And without doing that, your rhetoric's going to be skewed. Your output's going to be skewed, and it's not going to be accurate. It's not really truly going to be correct. You can get certain things right, but I'm saying go to the people who are actually involved. And then you'll get it from a first-hand perspective. So going back to the slide, we have to make that choice. It's a free will choice between the force of serving the 3D world or serving the will of creation. The god of this world is Mammon, the god of money, the god of division, the god of poison worldview. You want to serve that force, you're not going to get the results you say you want. You're going to stay in slavery. You want to serve the force of creation, it tells you constantly what the right thing is to do. It's constantly informing us. Natural law is constantly all around us. That force is present. That intelligence is present. Doesn't speak above a whisper. We got to quiet our brain chatter and get our complete bullshit stories out of the way that act as blocks to the reception of the truth. Receive the truth first and then act upon it. Is it easy? No. Is it simple? Yes. The answers are simple. They are not overly complicated or complex. When people overcomplexify them, they're obfuscating their elegant truth. It's very simple. Do the right thing no matter what sacrifice is involved in doing it. Refuse to do what is wrong. That sounds very simple, and it is. But it is that easy. Not going to lie. In the hole we have dug into and has been dug into for us. We have been dug into the hole by previous generations, and this generation and the ones around this generation are continuing to dig it deeper. It's not easy. It requires effort. It requires willpower. It requires sacrifice. You got to make the decision to simply make those sacrifices, and then long term you will get what you say you want. Short term, there may be suffering. Short term, sacrifice is going to be required. You're not going to have the level of personal comfort that you want to have. You got to power through that. And then long term, creation is going to give us what we say we want. That's going to be the long term manifestation. When we make the proper required sacrifices of our time, of our energy, of our effort, of our attention, of our care, of our personal comfort, of our selfish concerns. Folks, this isn't that hard to understand or figure out, but you got to activate your free will and willpower to actually do it. Talking about it and intellectually knowing it is one thing. Actually doing the thing that you need to do is another. Become active. You have to activate. A true activist is doing action. They're activating. You need to speak out. You need to teach others. It's not just about saying you want the result. Of course you want the result. What are you doing to get the result? Sacrifice is required to obtain the result. Stop telling yourself a bullshit story and a lie that you're going to get it the easy way. Just saying you want it and putting your intention upon getting it doesn't bring it to you. Hard work brings it to you. Effort brings it to you. Caring enough to actually use your willpower to do it brings it to you. Let's move on. Again, these represented money, and the God of creation represents truth. Which force are you going to serve? You're going to serve the involutionary force, or are you going to serve the evolutionary force? Truth, love, freedom is the God force. That is where human evolution is designed to go. That's our purpose. Staying in creature comfort, staying in just concern for one's own selfish concerns in your selfish life, and only focusing on money, only focusing on just the things that you want as far as comfort is concerned in your life, that's serving the involutionary force, the force that destroys, the force that brings chaos, the force that brings stagnation in human evolutionary progress. And again, we're going to start talking about where psychologically these ideas come from. Where does psychologically the idea that we can get something for nothing, psychologically the idea that sacrifice isn't required, where does the idea psychologically that, oh, this is supposed to be some fun party, religion, the New Age movement, etc. And psyops, we'll talk about this. Far too many people in the freedom movement erroneously expect the work of ending human slavery to be comfortable, non-confrontational, and fun. And once again, I'm not saying lose your sense of humor. I'm not saying be a miserable bitch all day. Okay? No one's saying that. You can inject some humor into things. You could take a creative approach that can make it somewhat amicable and somewhat fun. But there's, this expectation that, oh, it's not going to create any strife, any hardship, any discomfort in my life. This is delusional, dreaming thought. This is just absolute dream state thinking. And again, that's occult initiate dictate number 2. Stop dreaming. Stop believing things are going to work other than how they really work in reality. Stop having even any expectation of how anything works in reality and start learning how it works. Start observing how it works and understanding how it works. That's how real education and real science is done. Observation, understanding, testing the hypothesis, etc. These are the scientific methodology, the true scientific methodology. These are the true methods of the trivium. Stop thinking that things are just going to work how you want them to work or how you've been told they should work. Learn how they really work and accept how they really work and then start from there. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to always be fun. It's not going to always be non-confrontational. As a matter of fact, if you want to speak the truth, it's going to be belligerent and confrontational based on the delusions of most people's minds in the modern world today and the absence of philosophy that they've been taught and the absolute lies that they've been given and the absolute poison ideologies and poison worldviews that they've been given, like postmodernism, like solipsism, like Satanism and de facto Satanism. Let's be very honest about this. Again, you don't blow smoke up people's ass and you don't tell them it's not going to be challenging. You don't tell them you're not going to encounter difficulty. You don't tell them it's not going to be rocky at times and confrontational. And it's not going to be fun a lot of the time. Again, if you go into doing this work and it ends up being, a good experience, that's an added bonus. Wonderful. I'm saying you don't go into it with expectations that it's going to be that. You got to power through even if it is difficult. You got to power through even if it isn't fun. You got to power through even if you end up being, as I kind of am and have been for a while, somewhat bitter with kind of a chip on your shoulder about how few people want to help. That's just how it is. It doesn't mean I gave up. It doesn't mean I stopped. I redoubled my effort. I changed it. I modified it a little. I took slightly different approaches that I feel are going to be more efficient and optimal. You go back to the drawing board if you have to, but you don't stop. You see? I could still be that bitter man with a chip on my shoulder, and hey, a lot of days I am. But that doesn't mean I stop the work. That doesn't mean I stop the effort. That doesn't mean I give up and lay down and take it. That's the difference between a person who's truly driven and a person who easily gives up and or never starts. You got to push through to completion with willpower. You got to develop that. The problem is a lot of people, it's going to be extra difficult because they're like these children that are like, it's like little naive children wearing those party hats in that front image there that are like, and it's still in a 2-year-old state that like, I just want everything for free, provided for me by mommy and daddy. I don't have to really want to work for anything. They have no work ethic. They have no willpower. They have no real intelligence. They're naive. They haven't really built their psychological state into true adulthood, into true cosmic and true psychological and philosophical adulthood. They're still thinking in magical terms. Like, I can want something and it will magically be given to me. That's not how reality works. That's not how the universe we live in works. It requires sacrifice and effort. It requires your time and attention. It requires you putting the work in. It requires you never giving up, persistence. In some cases, it requires a lot of patience. Things are very, very, very slowly changing, and some people are coming on to these ideas in the modern world, but it's not fast enough. If we're going to avert disaster, the pace has to accelerate. And it's only going to accelerate when more people do the work. But we have to stop being naive little children and cowards. You know, the guy on the right doesn't want any confrontation. Thinks it's going to be all, okay, I'll back off as soon as somebody says, oh, I don't want to hear that. No, I'm not going to back off. What I'm saying is true. I have the answer correct. I've studied it and analyzed it infinitely more than almost every human being who is alive on the planet at the time, right now. And if you don't like me saying that and being honest about it, I don't give a shit. That's true. And I definitively arrived at the correct answer through solid scientific methodology. And I've explained how that works. I put a documentary out explaining the basic dynamics of how that works. If you want to learn more about it, you can study the trivium process in depth. Tons of books on it now. Tons of lectures on it now. This was the ancient method in the ancient world. It's taught in all the secret societies and in the occult brotherhoods. But they're not going to teach it to the average school student because they want you an obedient slave worker. They don't want you to become a philosopher. They don't want you to understand how to truly arrive at whether something is true or not. They certainly don't want you understanding natural law and objective morality. No, they want you condoning violence, duress, and slavery because you're a dunce. Those aren't party caps, folks. Those aren't party hats. They're dunce caps. Okay? When you stay a little baby, child, naive, imbecilic, psychologically infantile human being throughout your whole physical adulthood, yeah, you're not partying. It's a fucking dunce cap. Okay? You're not at a party, and what's going on isn't a fucking party, in case you haven't gotten the memo. Maybe you didn't get that email. Maybe it ended up in your spam box. But we're not in a big party. We're in a state of slavery. Getting out of that isn't necessarily a fucking party. It's hard work. It requires personal sacrifice. It requires sacrifice of your resources. It requires sacrifice of your time, sacrifice of your attention and focus. Sacrifice of fun things that you wanted to do, and you got to spend time doing this instead of just going off and living a life of frivolity. Grow the fuck up. That's what it all comes down to. That doesn't mean you can't ever have fun. It doesn't mean you ever can't laugh and inject comedy into things. But if you think this is a game, and this is a joke, and this is just some fun situation, and you're laughing about it, and you think it's all frivolous. You don't know what's going on, you don't know where you're at, you don't know the situation you're in, and you certainly don't know who's running things. And that makes you a naive little fucking baby. Psychologically, regardless of your biological age, of your physical age as a being. There's people who are in their 70s and 80s and you're little fucking children, naive fucking babies. Totally ignorant, totally apathetic, totally chicken shit cowards too. And you think that's going to get anything done? You think that's going to help the effort? You think that's going to lead to freedom? You think that's going to lead to goodness? You think that's going to lead to justice? You think you're a good person? Staying in that mental state? Staying in that psychological state? And guess what? If you think, oh, just a handful of people, they got this, you got that dunce cap on. If you think, oh, my help isn't required, I don't need to do this, other people got this, you got the dunce cap on. This is for everybody to know. This is for everybody to participate in. It's not a fucking spectator sport. If you think it's a spectator sport, you're wearing the fucking dunce cap and you're a fucking loser. And that's got to be said. That's got to be told to people, and it's got to be told you can get out of that state. You can change it. It is possible for you no longer to be a dunce, for you no longer to be an imbecile, for you no longer be an idiot, for you to no longer be a loser. You can get out of those conditions. You can get out of those states of existence. If you want to stay in those states, you're a real fucking loser. You're in a state of complete shame, which is the lowest, most degraded form of consciousness there is. If you can recognize you're in a state of naive childhood psychologically and you don't want to grow out of that to understand the sacrifice and work that's required to really end human slavery on this planet, then that's the state of consciousness you are truly in, is a state of pure shame. You know you're in the wrong, you are staying in the wrong, and you know it's wrong to stay in the wrong. That's shame. That's the real psychological conditions of shame. You've been in the wrong, you recognize that you've been in the wrong, and you're continuing to stay in the wrong, and you know that that itself is wrong. And yet you do nothing about it. That's the consciousness known as shame. There's only one state below that, non-existence. The absence of consciousness in this realm. Which again, your consciousness is going to transition to another form, but I'm talking about in human form, there's only one state below shame, and that's death. It's not always going to be fun. It may require confrontation. It's certainly not always going to be comfortable. It requires sacrifices. You got to do it anyway because it's the right thing to do. And far too many people in the freedom movement insist, no, I'm not going to make those sacrifices. I want everything to be comfortable, non-confrontational, and fun. And you're a little fucking child wearing a dunce cap if that's how you think. And guess what? It's got to be said. It's got to be said, and it's got to be said repeatedly because nobody else says it. I don't hear people saying this. I'm one of the only people who says this in the world. To the people who say, I want freedom. Oh, I'm a libertarian. I want freedom. Where's my vomit man when I need him? You know? It is a dream state that they are still locked into. And see, that's the whole point, folks. The whole point of this is people in the freedom movement, they aren't doing the internal alchemical work that's required. They're putting their intention on, I want a just society. I want a society without violence. I want a society without slavery. I want a society without duress. Yes, that's wonderful and that's good and that's required. And that's where it has to start. But if you're not putting the work into alchemically changing your own inner makeup, don't think that you're going to be successful or that's going to be a long-lasting condition. It's going to degrade again. You got to alchemically change yourself internally in your own internal psychological makeup to truly really begin this work and to even have the desire, to develop the desire to take in this knowledge and then to put it out there for others. That's the entire point, is most people in the freedom movement aren't doing that process. You can see all of the things that are corrupt and wrong and that are violent and that constitute slavery, while still not really changing your own internal worldview and psychological inner state of existence and spiritual state of existence. Your worldview isn't changing. Your spirituality isn't changing and expanding and growing. That's what consciousness change is and means. You're not truly growing in consciousness and understanding and worldview if you're not doing the work and you still don't understand the requirements for it and the sacrifices for it. This is what we have to change. We have to change that internal makeup, not just focus on trying to change the external reality we're living in. It obeys the law of correspondence, which is an underlying law in natural law, in the totality of natural law, of the laws of nature, the law of correspondence. The universe is self-similar across all scales. That which is above is like to that which is below, and vice versa. When we change the internal makeup of the individual, we've changed the aggregate makeup of society to that degree. As more people do it, the aggregate change in society grows and expands. Not that difficult to figure out. You're following simple philosophical truth that's observable, that's repeatable, that's testable. And that we understand through the observation process and understand how it works across large amounts of time in the long term. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. So again, I said I was going to talk about where the wishful thinking, or what I've called in the earlier portions of this presentation, the dream state. The psychological state where you are dreaming. Again, this is warned against in occult initiation. Stop lying to yourself above all else and stop dreaming. That's number 2. Number 3 is learn how to think. Number 4 is be in the present moment. Okay? So understanding what truly being in the present moment is. Okay? Live in the present moment. And number 5 is activate the physical body and do not neglect the physical body. We are physical beings and spiritual beings having an experience here in the physical realm, but the vehicle for the expression of consciousness is also very important because that's what the change happens through. So if you neglect or degrade the physical body, you're not going to be able to do the work to the degree that we need to. All things being equal and slavery not taking place, hey, everybody do what they want as long as they're not harming anybody else. But at the time where you really need to be teaching natural law, you don't really want to be totally, degrading and destroying yourself, because you're not going to be active and efficient in that spiritual combat. So we'll get to that after. And again, it's just a caveat point that I'm making when explaining the 5 steps of initiation, because this slide is directly related to step number 2 of the 5 steps of occult initiation, which is stop dreaming. So magical thinking, what's been called wishful thinking, simply the dream state, psychologically dreaming, wishing for things to be how they are not, instead of attempting to understand and really truly learn and know how things actually work. Where does all this magical thinking come from? That if, I just pray to an external force called a so-called God, magically things will be changed for my betterment and for the betterment of society. If I hold the thought and intention in my consciousness, this is a big New Age fallacy. That's all that's required, and then things will start changing and going my way, and I'll get what I want. And I just need a dream board, right? That's literally what they call them, is a dream board on their wall, and I'll tack up what I want. I want the new house, the new car, the new job. I want real freedom. Tack that up on the dream board. It ain't going to get it done. I'm not saying thought and emotion aren't of primary importance. You have to change the way you think and your worldview and your understanding of things. You have to have the emotional intent to do the right thing. But without the action, all of that is meaningless, and it doesn't actually manifest in our reality. The mainstream news is a big proponent of magical thinking. We can just petition our government and everything will be okay. We'll just change things that way. That's not how things are changed in the world. They're changed from internal makeup changing. They change when we learn objective morality and willfully choose the right over the wrong. Teachers teach us magical thinking. So-called laughingly, what's called formalized education. How much deception, how much poisoned worldview is learned and taught in formal education. They're teaching postmodernism. They're teaching solipsism. They're teaching obedience to authority. It's a disgrace what teachers are doing to the minds of students. They're authoritarians, they're statists themselves, and it's a factory for pumping out other authoritarians. And that makes the people who do it trash. Trash. And yet that's what we're doing to the minds of our children, turning them to mush, turning them to shit. And then they grow up, they have children, and they do the same thing to their families. They do the same thing to their own children. You need to look no further than your own family for how bullshit ideas get propagated, for how people become brainwashed, for how lies and ideas about how the world works, which have no bearing upon reality, get propagated to the next generation. Parents do that above all else, and destroy the minds of their children from a young age by what they tell them, by what they learn from their parents and their school teachers and the media in their day, and in the bullshit religions and new age religions that they followed. It's all junk. It's all bad for you. It's all bullshit. It's all lies. It's all garbage. It's all things that will never contribute to what you say you want. You can lie to yourself all day long. This goes hand in hand with lying to oneself. Dreaming goes hand in hand with lying to oneself. They're kind of twins in the occult maxims of initiation. Because if you bought into this worldview, if you've bought into this magical thinking, if you've bought into this dream state, you're lying to yourself. You see? If you tell yourself the truth, if you stop bullshitting yourself, you'll stop believing bullshit. You'll stop subscribing to bullshit. You'll stop putting bullshit in your mind. You'll see these systems for what they are, bullshit factories. Even the family. And I'm not saying a familial dynamic isn't important, but it's got to be based on truth. First and foremost, it's got to be based on truth and morality. That's how true relationships are forged. That's how any true relationship between individuals is forged. You got to be connected to the source of truth, goodness, and morality first. Then you start teaching that within the familial dynamic. Most family dynamics aren't based on that. Don't bullshit yourself. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to other people. That they're based in those dynamics. They're based in mother and father, so-called parents, which aren't anything resembling parents, giving the same bullshit systems of belief and nonsense to their children that they took in, and then burning their brains just like the parents' brains are burnt. That's what most familial dynamics in the world are. And most children who grew up and look at the dynamic of the family don't want to rock the boat. And they don't want to say to the family, you taught me all the wrong things. It's because you didn't know any better. You don't need to hate and revile the people. It's because they were stupid. They were dunces. You know, let's be realistic and call it what it is. A lack of intelligence, a lack of care to learn the right thing, a lack of care to develop the will within themselves to learn and change. My family dynamic didn't do anything but fuck me up and turn me into a Satanist. If I didn't say to myself all the things that and I'm not saying my family were evil people. They're well-intentioned, but they're pretty dumb. They're well-intentioned people. They're people who don't really want to actively do harm to others. But, I mean, finding the truth, any aspect, any statement of truth in anything they've ever really truly believed is almost non-existent. And it's because it's low drive, low willpower to learn the right way. Laziness, wanting to just repeat the same fucking dumb shit that they were told. Lying to themselves about that dumb shit. Because I don't want to rock the boat in my family and stand out and look like the black sheep. I told them you're all full of shit. And you fucked me up. And I had to take years to get myself out of that fucked up state, to pull myself up by my bootstraps by an act of my own will, with the help of mentors who I never met in person, doing labors of love to try to truly educate me through their works that they put out into the world. That's who raised me up from base consciousness into higher consciousness. Strangers, no family member. And again, that's hard-hitting. That's what people don't want to hear. It goes to the core. It upsets people. And you need to be upset. You need to be jarred. You need to be struck in the mind. Because a lot of people, that's the dynamic that's holding them back from making the sacrifices that you need to make. Maybe you're not able to rock the boat in your familial dynamic or your relationship with another person. And guess what? If you're choosing them over the truth, that doesn't make you a good person. Choosing relational dynamics and familial dynamics over truth, over goodness, over objective morality, over doing the right thing keeps you a bad person. Sorry, but that's the truth. I don't care if you don't want to hear it. It's still true nonetheless. And that's why we have to call out all these institutions. The medical institution is full of shit. The religious institutions are full of shit. The media is full of shit. The government's full of shit. The New Age movement is pure fucking bullshit. The school system is full of shit and fucking kids' brains up. And the family dynamic is largely full of shit almost everywhere. If it's not true about your family and you really have a family that understands objective morality and natural law and is actively involved in teaching it and propagating it, that is wonderful for you. Great, and you should cherish that because it's almost non-existent. Let's be realistic. So few people have that from the time that they're born when they're young that if you have it, cherish it and consider it a gift from the Creator. You're very, very, very lucky, and you're in the extreme minority. So don't start there and then ascribe that to everybody. Realize you're in the minority, and that's the exception to the rule and not the rule. And understand most familial dynamics are nonsense because they're based on all the other institutional bullshit and garbage that's been fed into the brain of the parent. It's not that hard to figure out, folks. It just takes honesty. It just takes looking at it and then saying what it really is instead of what you want it to be. That's dreaming. Saying what you want it to be because you don't want to offend people or you don't want to sit and think, oh my God, my whole fucking reality's been a lie, even my family dynamic. You're lying to yourself. You're bullshitting yourself. You're dreaming. And you can't start activating in the truth by lying to yourself and dreaming and believing a dynamic of the world that operates a different way, but you still want to believe it works the way you want it to work just because you want to be comfortable. Stop bullshitting yourself. Stop accepting bullshit. Stop activating the bullshit in your mind and letting it make you dream and continue wishful thinking. This is where all this wishful thinking about things are going to change without required sacrifices comes from. That's where it comes from. And you need to defeat those enemies. And you want to know what all of these things are? You can call them anything you want. You can call them anything you want. But it's all the same root problem and cause. There's only one real problem that prevents the true solving of problems in the world. The two ways that we solve problem is true, accurate philosophy and technology that serves physical human problems. Philosophy and technology solves problems. And the way that you can get the philosophy out there is with communication and publishing technologies. Those are good technologies that we need to learn how to master and employ. But going back to my statement here, all of these things and institutions put together that create all this dreaming, this magical thinking, which is the hallmark of the postmodern world, of the state of postmodernism, solipsism, and poisoned worldview and poisoned thinking. It's all different forms of religion. There is ultimately only one true problem that prevents the reception of truth, of morality, of natural law, of accurate philosophy. And that is religious thought. See, natural law Objective morality, that's the true, quote, religion that reunites us with the truth. That's the accurate philosophy that reunites us with reality and the will of creation and our purpose. See, that's the other thing that people don't get, right? They don't get they have to change their internal makeup. And they don't get that they have to align their worldview with purpose and the will of creation. They're not really doing that because many people aren't seeing that purpose because they bought into the postmodern worldview of atheism, which is a big, huge part of postmodernism. And they don't see the majesty within creation and the intelligence and the design and the purpose. They're materialists, Newtonian materialists, which is proven a flawed ideology scientifically. And they're just not privy to that science. Consciousness is proven to exist and influence what we observe and what takes place in our reality and what is manifested in our reality and in our shared state that we have to experience with everybody else on this planet. It's a shared reality. It's not different for everybody. Yes, depending on where we live and the experience we undergo, our experience is different, but the shared reality that we are living in on this planet, as far as the human condition of slavery is concerned, is the same for all. And the problem that keeps that in place, because it blocks the accurate reception of the truth. It poisons the worldview. It tells you all kinds of bullshit stories. The thing that blocks it is religion. All of these false religions that we're talking about, whether it's cultural religion, New Age religion, the religion of government, the religion of media, the religion of scientism and so-called formalized education, and even the religion of the family. Because people will blindly follow familial relationships, and that turns family into a religion. When if the family and the dynamic it's pushing is wrong and immoral and not accurate, it shouldn't be followed. Follow the family dynamic when it's accurate. Follow the family dynamic when it's moral. Establish that relationship first. That's what all true relationships are based on. Truth and morality. Then take part in the familial dynamic, and it's strong and it's healthy. And it will help create positive change. But if it's not based in that, do not blindly follow it. It's like blindly following a religion or a cult. And a lot of people don't want to hear this. And again, to speak to this deeper, it speaks to two dynamics that the freedom movement is not actively doing. They have this intent that they want the world to be a just place, that they don't want it to be based in violence, that they want it to be based in voluntarism and cooperation, and that's great. But unless you do the internal alchemical makeup to refine your understanding of the world, to refine the problems, your understanding of the problems of the world, and unless you put forward a higher oriented intentionality, which is, I'm going to align my purpose with the will of creation. That's the thalamic will that we talked about weeks ago. Unless you do that, you're not really in an empowered position to truly change the external reality. You're really spinning your wheels, and you're not really making a lot of forward progress. Those things have to be developed, not only even like to a certain extent before you start doing the work, but then in parallel with it. And you got to keep doing those things and keep refining upward. And again, that doesn't mean you're never going to make a mistake. That doesn't mean you're going to be perfect. And in cases, it doesn't mean you may get things wrong. In certain cases, you'll get overly emotional or angry. You don't beat yourself up over that. I go off the handle with anger sometimes because of what I see people neglecting, not doing, taking frivolously, not taking seriously, taking an apathetic approach to, not getting up off their ass and being completely lazy or cowardly, not making the sacrifices required. And guess what? I'll say those things harshly, and I don't take any of them back. People want to say, oh, you were a bit harsh last week. You're damn right. And I don't take any of it back because the words that I spoke were true. And I don't need to water it down. And I don't need it to give it to you like I'm baby spoon feeding a fucking baby. You're an adult, biologically listening to this. If you don't like how I deliver it, learn it from someone else, or you put it out there yourself and show me how it's done in perfect calm. I'm not interested in perfect calm. We're at war. I don't need to say something calmly for it to be true. We're at war. If you can't receive it like that, go receive it from somebody else. It's not my fucking problem. I'm still accurate. I'm allowed to put it out emotionally. I'm allowed to get angry. You don't need to tell me how to fucking do anything that I do. Okay? That doesn't mean if I'm actually have something inaccurate, I'll take criticism or I'll take a correction about that. But when it comes to you telling me how I need to do my aspect of the great work, I'm not interested in your criticism. Go do your fucking own. You'll be judged on your merits, not mine. I don't need to take your advice about how to do what I do and what I've been doing at the highest level that anybody else has been doing on this planet for the last 15 fucking years. I don't need to hear that from anybody who's sitting up with their thumb up their ass. I'm not interested. You don't like that? I don't give a shit. I'm saying it. Get up off your ass and go do the work. Change your worldview. Do the alchemical work to change your internal dynamic of morality and justice. That has to be done equally with the externalized great work of teaching others and trying to transform society toward a just society, a voluntary society. So that's where that wishful, magical thinking comes from. And if you understand they're just all forms of poisonous religion, you'll be largely on the track to correcting it and getting out of that magical thinking, out of that dream state. Most people in the freedom movement still make far too many excuses for the ignorance and inaction of others. Again, they want to say there's no fault to be laid here. There's no blame. There's no moral culpability. Yes, there is. There's moral culpability with the people who are doing the violence. That's the order followers, the police and the military that are holding people under duress. There's moral culpability with the people who are calling for the violence, the politicians, the judges, the lawmakers, the occultists, etc. And there's culpability with people who don't do anything to call it out, who don't do anything to publicly speak what is true and what is right, and speak out against the powers that be, and speak out against the duress and the violence and the coercion and the slavery. All of those people are morally culpable. Staying in a state of ignorance and apathy and inaction makes you morally culpable. Doing nothing to assist at a time of the human, when the human condition is in slavery, makes you morally culpable and makes you a bad person, and people should be called out on it. You shouldn't sit because you don't want to make somebody else uncomfortable or feel bad about their laziness, about their ignorance, about their inaction, about their cowardice, about their apathy. You shouldn't not say anything to them. Make sure you're not living in the glass house. That means if you're not doing it, you start doing the right thing first, then tell them, you're morally culpable for not doing the right thing. Again, the old dictate or, dictum, the old axiom, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Meaning if you're doing the wrong thing with everybody else, then you're a hypocrite if you go and say to them, do the right thing. Well, you got to do it first. Then you could tell them, go do the right thing, because the example is what has to be followed first and foremost. Follow the principle, the first thing. The moral principle, and then tell other people who aren't following that moral principle, hey, you're part of the problem. This is your fault. You are morally culpable. It makes you not a good person to stay in that condition. There is fault. There is blame. The New Age movement wants to tell you there's no such thing as fault or blame. Religion will also often tell you there's no such thing as fault or blame. Bullshit. There is fault at work in society. People do things and bring them into manifestation. They fail to act and continue to allow bad things to continue in manifestation. There is moral culpability of who actually performed the behavior and did the violence to someone else. And there are varying degrees of fault and blame and moral culpability. It's a spectrum. It's a gradient. That's why there are people who are more at fault. There are people who are more morally culpable than others. It's not just equal blame that can be laid. But when people observe wrongdoing and violence and slavery and they say nothing about it, they don't try to change it. Imagine if abolitionists in the northern colonies did not try to change the practice of black slavery in the southern colonies. Who knows what could have occurred? But they spoke up. They taught. They explained to people that this is morally wrong. They explained to people that this isn't a right. And eventually they were able to change it by putting the truth out into the world. It's the same thing that has to happen today with the modern abolitionist movement of abolishing government, which is just another form of slavery. It's covert slavery instead of overt chattel slavery. But it's still slavery. And the people who stay silent about it don't want to get involved in the spiritual war to end it, don't want to do the work, don't want to learn the technology to communicate it and to publish the truth about it. It's your fault that it continues. It is your fault that it continues. And again, part of this presentation is calling people out on their bullshit. Look in the mirror and tell yourself you're bullshitting yourself. You're telling yourself a story that isn't true. You're lying to yourself and therefore you're lying to others. It is your fault if you're not doing anything about it. It is your fault if you're not speaking out. You are morally culpable. You are partly to blame. Do the police and the military bear a far greater moral culpability? Absolutely they do, but you're part of it. You're complicit with it at a somewhat lower level on the gradient of moral fault, moral blame, moral responsibility, moral culpability. Stop telling yourself you're not. Stop telling yourself you're a good person who just happens not to be speaking about this publicly and is remaining silent while slavery continues. Stop telling yourself that makes you a good person. It doesn't. You're to blame. You're at fault. You're morally culpable. Stop lying to yourself. Stop dreaming. Stop telling yourself that you could continue not to make the required sacrifices and somehow you're truly part of the problem. You're a bullshitter. The reality that you live in doesn't work that way. You are dreaming. And again, I'll say this since other people seem reluctant to. Because they want viewership, because they want money, because they want ratings, because they want popularity, because they want to be liked. I don't give a fuck about any of those things. I'm going to say the hardcore truth, regardless of who it offends, even if I'm the only one speaking it and no one's watching. Then so be it. I'm not here just to aggregate numbers. It's wonderful if that happens and if the message grows and expands. But I'm saying here to say what's true and to testify the truth. And you can say that sounds fucking preachy all you want, but that's what I'm charged morally to do. And I'm going to do it. Even if not another living soul does it, I'll do it. So, stop telling other people they're not to blame. You don't do them any justice. You don't do them, you're doing them a disservice. You're not serving them and what they say they want and their interests by taking it easy on other people. By saying, oh, I just don't want to create a tense or belligerent situation. That's the morally wrong thing to do. You got to call them on their bullshit. If you don't want to call them on their bullshit in person, call them on their bullshit publicly. Everybody who has ever known me, been in my presence, knows if they watch any part of what I'm putting out, what I think of people who are staying silent. Who are not truly learning this, who are not putting it out there for other people. It's the only way to solve the current human condition of slavery. It cannot be solved any other way. No, that's not my opinion. That's the way it actually works, and I'm correct about it. The truth has to be spoken into existence for it to gain ground in our world. If people aren't speaking it, the voice of truth goes silent and the voice of the lie prevails. And then that's how totalitarianism and slavery take over. That's how it works, folks. If you don't want to accept that that's how it works, you're dreaming. That's the reality of how the reality that we live in operates. To say that it works a different way is to be in a dream state. And again, that's why it's the second dictate of occult initiation. Stop dreaming. Stop believing the world works a way other than it does. And again, hand in hand with number one, if you are in that dreaming state, ultimately what you've done is you've bought a bunch of bullshit. You're lying to yourself and you're lying to others if you continue to propagate that bullshit. Tell yourself the truth first and foremost. Look in the mirror, accept where you're at, start from where you're at, say what is true about yourself. Then move on from there and start building and expanding and learning and growing. It can be done. Stop fucking being a lazy asshole about it. Get up off your lazy ass, develop some care within yourself to actually change it, and then put the fucking work in to learn how you change it by communicating with others. I don't need to be told how to do that in any particular way. I'll do it the way I want. You go out and do it the way you want. As long as you do it. You're never going to be perfect at it anyway. So, attempt to do a good job. Be yourself. Be who you are. Speak the truth out into existence so that other people can hear it to the best of your ability. That's all anyone can be asked to do. Next slide. Most people in the so-called freedom movement are so cowardly that they will never even consider the possible necessity of forceful rebellion. And this is something that even within the natural law community, a lot of people want to cowardly shy away from and say that may never be, that's never on the table. I see philosophers who taught natural law say there's never a time to fight. Bullshit. There's a time to physically fight an attacker. And honestly, we're long past that time, to be quite honest. We've let it go to such an extent that there's an immense imbalance in the forces of enslavement versus what the people have at their disposal. And that's what makes people think, oh, because you might lose, you should never wage a forceful rebellion. And that's a coward's way out. Many people thought we couldn't beat the dirty, rotten, scumbag fucking limeys in the American Revolution. And again, I'm not saying that about all British people today. But guess what? The people who came over here and waged a fucking a slavery operation on the colonists of this land at the behest of a psychopathic fuckhead who was a complete and utter psychopathic lunatic, George III. And his low-life fucking minions coming over across a fucking ocean to oppress a people living on this land. And people don't say we should have shot them in the fucking head? Please. Just asinine fucking children. If they didn't do that, you wouldn't even be able to think about these fucking things today. If the ancestors of the people in America didn't do that, the freedom wouldn't even be a fucking idea on this planet anymore, you fucking losers. The people who want to fucking knock the American revolutionaries. Or say they shouldn't have done what they've done. You'd be in fucking physical fucking chains, loser. Shows you how little you fucking know. And then they warned us about a standing army rising us up in our midst. And then we just allowed it to happen. Lowlives who never learned a fucking moral principle in their lives from their lowlife fucking parents and their lowlife fucking teachers. Grew up to be fucking robot fucking enforcers of statism and slavery. And people don't think we may never have to fight them or it wouldn't be right to. You don't even understand what rights are, loser. And I'll just say it like that to your fucking face. You know? Like I said, I'm dropping the hammer in this presentation. I'm bringing the fucking hammer down. The gloves are off. I'm swinging steel. All right? The people in the freedom movement, if you don't think that it may need to come down to physical war, you're a fucking coward. If you take that option off the table, you're just a fucking coward because you think you'll lose. You may have to fight a war that you lose to give people another fucking chance at freedom. You don't get that because you're a coward. That's how cowards think. Oh, I would never give it all. I would never give my life to die in a losing effort. No. You need to go and read about Fort Mifflin. How the brave fucking souls that stayed there and fought till the last fucking man just to give people an opportunity. Knowing that every one of them were going to be slaughtered and they would be dead by the end of that couple of days. And they stayed and fought till the last fucking man. No, we don't even know about that level of freedom, of courage in our world today, because most of us are fucking cowardly children in our psychological makeup. And I'm not supposed to be angry about it. Yeah. You never, ever take physical rebellion off the table. You never take forceful means. It's not violence. It's a response. It's a physical response to violence. You try the non-physical response to violence first. But if it is ultimately wide-scale refused, war becomes the only option left on the table. And thank the creator of the universe that our ancestors made that sacrifice. And if you don't think that that's true and right, you're not awake and you don't know what the fuck's going on. And you're a fucking naive child in your core of your essence. And I'm going to tell it to you because no one else will say it to you that way. Because most of them are cowardly and don't want to rock the boat. And don't want to have a target painted on them. So I'll do it. That's called the ultimate sacrifice, folks. And I'm going to actually pull out of the presentation briefly because I want to show you guys how, first of all, at this point, talking about the ultimate sacrifice of giving your life in combat, when that becomes required, when freedom is truly threatened, not talking about modern wars of aggression, I'm talking about righteous wars, which there is such a thing. This is a great time, I feel, to show the etymological definition of the word sacrifice, which I did not do in the original presentation, which I want to do here. And the reason I think it's appropriate is because this is sort of the ultimate sacrifice. You can't give anything more than your life in the cause of freedom and morality and truth. That's the ultimate act of thalamic agape love. And if it has to become necessary, so be it. Let it be. Let it happen. Good people will try to avert that by moral teaching, by teaching true moral principles and teaching how control and coercion and duress and violence are wrong morally. And that we shouldn't implement those measures to have a just society. We should implement moral teachings to have a just society and then defend our property rights, our life, our freedom, our physical property by any means that is required to do it against violent people. Instead of instituting authority, which doesn't exist in nature and is no part of the nature of human beings, and believing in that as a religious thing, and then putting people under violence and duress as a result. That's not the morally correct thing to do. So if it goes out of control and it becomes totalitarian and it becomes tyrannical, and the people are so brainwashed, they refuse moral teaching, they will not come out of it, they stay in the trance, they stay in the thrall, they stay in the cult belief, war becomes the only option left. And don't think it won't happen. It must happen if no other option is available. And as I said, thank creation that it did happen in the American Revolution, or these ideas would not have even been spoken. For me to learn, for others to learn, for us to propagate and put back out there into society for others to learn from. Thank creation itself that those brave men and women did what they did and made the ultimate sacrifice. So let's pause here. I'll step out before I finish the presentation, and I'm going to show you some software. Okay? And I'm going to show you how to acquire the software. Even if this cuts into our time taking calls, so be it. Because people have asked me about etymologies. And I'm not going to show you an etymological dictionary. You can grab one of those in pretty much any. You can grab one on Amazon. You can download them. You can go to a bookstore. They're available. How I find that etymological definitions are best arrived at is by studying ancient languages, Greek or Latin. Latin and Greek together comprise approximately 76% of the English languages and Romance language meanings of words. So I find you should get a good first year Latin reader, like a high school textbook Latin reader. Barring that, right, if you can't find one of those, and they should be available in any, college bookstore you can go to and find those, all right? Or you could pick them up on, any online outlet. I'm going to show you an electronic version of that, but it simply has a Latin dictionary built into it, and you could look up words and, understand how they were derived. So I have the app here. It's called Latin Edit, okay? And when you click on it to open it, it simply opens up like a WordPad type document with Latin on one side and English on the other, so you could practice translating, okay? But this isn't the magic of the app. The magic of, and let me minimize this other stuff real quick. Yeah, let me just get this other stuff out of the way briefly. There we go. So this is the app, and it's nothing spectacular when you first open it. Again, it's like a WordPad type document. The magic is here in Window when you go to Dictionary. And then this brings up a simple Latin dictionary where you can look up words in Latin or English. And I think you have to keep this other window at least open, but I'll minimize it to get it out of the way. So we can look up in English the word sacrifice, and it'll give us a Latin word that was chosen for that word. But that's not how I find you do accurate etymological definitions. It's actually breaking the word down, right? So if you type in the word sacre, right? S-A-C-R-E in Latin, that tells you what the word in Latin means. And again, that would require knowing the word. If you typed in sacred, it probably would come up. That comes up as secret, okay? But the word sacre itself, the first part of the word sacrifice, means, looking here, sacred, holy, consecrated. And the opposite of it would be accursed, horrible, or detestable. But this right here, this first line, is the definition of the adjective sacre in Latin. It means sacred or holy. Okay? Then the second part of sacrifice is fice. So if I just put fice in, what would come back, right? And this is a bad example because it's a noun that means fig and it can mean hemorrhoids or fig tree. So that's certainly not what we're looking for, right? So the fice part of it actually comes from the Latin word for to do. Okay, and the Latin word for to do or to create via one's work or will is F-A-C-E, face. Okay, and that means to act, to take action, to be active, to have built, to have made, to make, build, construct, create, cause, to do. It's the Latin to do, and this is the first person form is F-A-C-I-O. So faccio or faccio, okay? F-A-C-I-O. That's giving you the first person present tense form. Then the right here is the infinitive form, facere or facere, right? F-A-C-E-R-E. That's the infinitive. Okay, so it literally means, and that's the second part of where the word sacrifice comes from facere, to make, to build, to construct, to create, to cause, to do, to fashion, to bring into existence. Okay, So if we put them together, what does it mean? To make something holy, to make something that is sacred. It's a sacred act. See, it's an act to take action in a sacred way, to take action in a holy way. It's a sacred deed or a holy deed. A true sacrifice is doing something that is considered sacred or holy or consecrated. And again, we're not even talking in religious terms. It means you are giving of your own effort and your own will to bring something into the world, and that makes it based on a higher form of love. That makes it agape love. That makes it thelema will, in alignment with the true will of creation, serving the evolutionary force. A true sacred deed. I'm going to close the Latin Edit app. Let me show you where you can get something like this now. Again, it'll be different on different operating systems. Let's see what operating systems it is actually available in. So I'll type in Latin Edit. And let's see what comes up. Again, I'm doing this in real time here. Let's type Latin Edit software, or I think it's all one word. It is all one word, so I have a space where there shouldn't be one. So it's all one word, Latin Edit, and then software. That'll definitely bring the result back. Okay, so here is the website for Latin Edit. Cinder.hk. All right. And this is the website for the software that I just showed you. They're showing many more features that it has. And it is Mac OS only. So you would have to look for different software for Windows and Linux that does similar functions. I'm sure they exist. Okay, but let's see where you would go to get it. So this is showing all the different aspects. I don't know if I just missed the download. Let's see, I'll find the word download on the page. There it is. So this is other versions. I'm still trying to find where you can download it. I'm not seeing how to download it. Let's see if I can go somewhere else. That's definitely the page. Download Latin Ed. That's why they don't make the download available. It's a Mac App Store app. So I'll show you where that's at. You can go into the, I do want to show you how to obtain it. You would go into the Mac App Store and you would type here Latin Edit. All one word. There it is. It's free. Mine is already installed. If yours wasn't installed, there would be an install button here where mine says open. So since I've already downloaded it from the App Store, I could quit it, and if I hit open here, it opens up and I'm in Latin Edit, and then you can go to the window menu and bring up dictionary. And there's many more tools available in it. I'm not going to show everything. I want to go back to the presentation and possibly to some calls, but there it is. You get it from the Mac App Store. And there's probably other Latin software. So let's see, Latin software for Windows. Let's see what exists. Latin to English dictionary for Windows. That would be a good start. So they do exist. This one's payware. You know, it's $12. But they're out there. Again, you could also try something like downloading a Latin reader. So, for example, let's go to LibGen. So here's Library Genesis. I have it bookmarked. Let's type in Latin reader. Here's another way you can learn Latin vocabulary. Again, you're going to have to, page through the book, but this is a good place to start. So Latin Reader 2E, I want like an introductory one. Let's try this one, a Latin Reader. It's in English, it's a PDF. Most of these are going to be PDFs. So I'll hit this one. And then I will hit this mirror. These are the download locations known as mirrors in old Linux language or old Unix language. So I'll hit this one, and then I'll hit the word get here. That'll download this Latin Reader. So it's a fairly, well, it's a 10.7 megabyte PDF. Again, part of what I said I wanted to do is show people little hints and tricks and things that we'll certainly be teaching in the How to Become the True Media seminar, but I want people to see this as well on the show here from time to time. Next year, I definitely am going to do some more technological shows. I'll let this finish downloading and then open it to show you how you can just, basically learn etymology of words through a simple Latin reader. All right. So they, start with introduction and explanation of vocabulary and I guess tenses and conjugations and things like that. Talking about, I guess, Latin's role in the Bible. So I guess they just give you, words to, paragraphs to translate. But a good reader will define vocabulary. So this is not really one that I'm thinking of. I want an introductory one, like a high school Latin reader. Let's see. Junior Latin reader. Let's try this. This is going to be a little larger, so it may take slightly more time to download. This is what we're talking about. And again, you may have to try a few, experiment and try a few, and some will be better than others. So it's a little bit slow on the download. I'll tell you what, I'll come back to it. Let's jump back into the presentation, and I will come back to that download when it completes to show you how a traditional, like high school level Latin reader is going to, give you vocabulary words to learn. You can, some of them, if they have a good index, you can look up words, and you'll learn conjugation, you'll learn tenses, and you'll really begin, if you follow it through slowly, to understand how most English words are derived from their Latin counterparts. And for me, that's the best way to learn etymology, not just looking at it from a perspective of an etymological dictionary and just taking their etymological definitions. Going into the ancient languages and actually studying those words, you'll understand how similar they are to a lot of English words and where English words' definitions and meanings came from. So I only have a couple slides left, so let's jump back in. Again, the word sacrifice, looking it up in a simple Latin dictionary, an electronic version of one, shows us that the word sacrifice literally means to perform a sacred deed, a holy task, a holy effort, a sacred action. And let me tell you something, folks. The revolutionaries of America probably performed the most sacred duty and deeds out of anybody alive before or since. And that's not just romantic, romancing or glorifying the horror of war. The intent behind their behavior was to give people a chance at even understanding freedom, let alone obtaining it. And some would say they succeeded to a certain extent. Some would say they didn't truly succeed, were still enslaved. And we didn't listen to the advice to not allow standing armies to rise up in our midst in the form of police and military. And to always maintain commensurate military power to a military or a standing army through a militia, which is what largely fought the Revolutionary War, was militias that were then banded into a continental army. And people want to say these weren't some of the bravest men who ever lived. People want to say that these weren't actual men of God doing a task that is holy and sacred and based in true love. You wouldn't even have the chance to listen to or express these ideas if those men and women didn't do what they did, didn't do the holy deeds that they performed. To have to go to war, to fight, to give freedom another chance before it absolutely died out. And if you don't think so, you're just fucking wrong. And you're just a fucking child who got it wrong. That's all it is. I'm not even going to attempt to convince you of that. There's a plethora of correct information about what really took place in that time period. And if you haven't figured it out yet, you're just fucking lazy, stupid, both, or you're just fucking an immoral person who doesn't see the right in what was done in war, in the Revolutionary War. Finishing up on the last two slides of the presentation. So how does one remove all of the erroneous magical thinking from their psychological makeup that is preventing them from getting involved in doing the great work and doing tasks that require sacrifice? Smaller sacrifices than giving of one's entire life, although that may be coming in the future. But certainly not that large yet. Yet they are smaller holy deeds nonetheless, because they show how we are not selfish, immoral people. They show how we will give up what we want to do, or our comfort, or our selfish concerns, to give of our time and attention, to make a labor of love, to try to educate another, and put the truth out into creation. The only things that are going to make that happen within the individual, to get all of the erroneous magical thinking out of their psychological makeup, is self-respect, shadow work, and self-defense, especially from a psychic perspective, from a mental perspective of self-defense. But it has to start with self-respect. If you think you deserve slavery, if you think you're not worthy of having your rights intact, if you think you're not good enough, not smart enough, etc., you just can't do it. Oh, woe is me, little poor me, what can I do? You're in a condition of low self-respect. And you've bought the bullshit stories. And again, that's a dreaming psychological state that other people told you, not only just about the world, but even more importantly about yourself. And that's a huge part of the problem, is that we run with the bullshit stories that other people told us about ourselves first and foremost. And that's why we don't have actively, truly developed self-respect. I don't sit there and ask, what can I do? I jump into action. I don't sit there and ask, should I be in this condition? I know I'm not such a person that should be held in duress and violence and slavery. That's morally wrong for anyone, regardless of how little they know. I think that's morally wrong of people that even do violence. I say just end them. Take them out of the world. Send them back to the source and say, try again in the next incarnation. I don't think people should be caged forever. If you're going to try to re-educate them morally, hey, it's better to do that before they start committing acts of violence. That's why I don't believe in prisons. Prisons aren't reform centers. They're slavery punishment places. That's it. They're places of slavery and punishment. They're not reforming anybody. It's not corrections, you know. It's slavery. It's a pen in the larger pen. That's all it is. You took the animals that couldn't get along inside the big pen and you put them into a smaller pen by themselves. Yeah, that's a real solution. Genius fucking solution. It doesn't reform the violent animals, and it doesn't reform the people's understanding of natural law that you took them, you took the people that through the chaos that they create could potentially teach people what they're doing wrong in not teaching morality. And so you're sanitizing that out of society, and then people aren't learning, hey, we got to teach morality to our young when they're young so that we don't create people who are older people that are committing acts of violence, you know, when they get somewhat older. People aren't getting that message of the importance and the moral obligation of moral education. And it's all because people don't develop enough self-respect, especially when they're young, and they're buying into the bullshit story of their parents, of their teachers, of their clergy, of the New Age movement. And it's all there to damage self-respect. It's all there to make you think, little me, poor me, I'm not good enough. I have to strive to be perfect somehow, which is impossible. Or I'm flawed from the get-go, and I was made bad, you know? Oh, being made with original sin. No, bullshit. No one's made with original sin. The original sin was humanity believing that they could arbitrate morality instead of observe and learn what morality is and then put that into practice through their behavior and their free will to choose right over wrong. That's the nature of a human being is neither good nor bad. It's programmable through information. That's what informs your decision making, and that's what ultimately allows you to choose through your free will and create the manifested results that comes out through your behavior. That's the trivium process. Knowledge, understanding, wisdom, thought, emotion, action. Learn the truth. Care enough to learn the truth. You know, care enough to put that back out into the world for others. Choose what's right. Do it, and what will manifest will be good and orderly and just. You'll have a just society, a society based in natural law justice. If we want to develop self-respect and we're in a place where we don't have actively developed self-respect within ourselves, we have to do what I've repeatedly called and many others have called shadow work. And again, this is what the initiation into the occult world teaches people, into the positive aspects of occult knowledge, the positive side of using that knowledge. It's about understanding your own psychological makeup. It's about understanding your own drives, your own motivation, your own willpower or lack thereof, your own care or lack thereof in the form of apathy. Taking in knowledge. Why don't you want to? Why do you want to remain ignorant? Why do you want to keep putting poison in your body? Why do you want to keep advocating for authoritarianism and slavery, which is what it is? Shadow work helps develop your mind, develop your emotions, get you out of lazy behavior. It's part of the initiatory process of looking at yourself in the mirror and telling yourself the truth. That's what shadow work, why it's one of the hardest things to do and why most people don't want to do it. They want to just think to themselves, I'm a good person, keep telling themselves the bullshit story that they don't have to do any inner work. See, this is the work that has to be done in parallel and even before the rhetoric of speaking out. And that's the problem. We have a society, and that's why I call them the My Freedom Movement, or I put the words freedom movement in quotes. We don't have a true freedom movement. We have a movement that says they want freedom. And they don't understand the internal work that is required to obtain that state of freedom. They're still in the dreaming state. So, shadow work is sitting with yourself, asking yourself, what have I done? Why haven't I done anything? See, I ended last year's season with saying, you got to ask yourself the question, what the fuck have you done? Don't keep making critiques on other people. Understand work that other people put out into existence to try to morally educate people, then do your own. And if you're not doing your own, ask yourself why. What's holding you back? Only you can answer that. It's probably a matter of self-respect in some form. Or you haven't done the self-defensive work. See, there's that sacred feminine principle of self-respect, which is largely internal and nurturing. And then there's that sacred masculine principle of self-defense, where you have to excise the psychic poison that you've taken into your psychological mindset, the framework of your psyche, your worldview. All of those poisons, you got to say no to them. You got to push them out. You got to detoxify from them. Shadow work is the bridge. That's why it's in the middle. That's the linchpin. Okay? It's the fulcrum point. That without that, you're not going to develop self-respect and psychological self-defense. Shadow work is the fulcrum point that bridges and unites the sacred masculine and feminine internally. These are internal principles. Self-defense obviously could be an external principle, but in this aspect, we're talking about excising poisonous worldviews and beliefs from one's psychological makeup. So in this sense, this is internal self-defense. Self-defense is not only done with weapons, it's done with the psyche. It's done with philosophy. It's done with the trivium. It's done with the discovery of truth and the discovery of objective morality. Shadow work is the missing dynamic in all of society at large as a whole, collectively, that we're not doing, that if we don't do, we don't really have an inwardly developed sense of morality and natural law and justice. And that's where it lies. It's not law that's written in textbooks. It's law that's written in the human heart. Without that internal alchemical work, you're not going to understand it. You're not going to definitively find it and definitively understand it and know how it works. And then you're going to make errors from that point forward that are going to compound and become errors that all of society not only does, but propagates down to the next generation. With the shadow work, we develop internal self-respect, and that leads us to do the internal self-defense things that will let us do things like purge poisonous ideologies and worldviews. That's detoxifying the mind. Then we'll purge toxins from the body, detoxifying the body. Again, that goes hand in hand with the occult initiatory dictate number 5. Activate the physical body. With tons of poison in it, are you going to be activated to do the great work? No. You're going to be lazy. You're going to be lethargic. You're not going to want to take action. You're not going to have energy. Self-defense also comprises getting rid of toxins from the body. Switching over time, not suddenly, to a healthy plant-based diet. Getting all of the toxic chemicals that are in products and in food and in the air and in the water out of your body. Get a reverse osmosis system and filter your water. Get good air filters for your dwelling places and filter your air. Stay on top of those things. Put high energy nutrition into the body through juicing and blending. Things we talked about when we talked about nutrition. Understand the law of assimilation for the body. Most people don't understand it. Go and revisit the shows that I did on health and nutrition and really understand the law of assimilation about what it takes to break down things that are more highly differentiated versus less differentiated matter. It's why plant-based is going to long-term be optimal, and it has to be transitioned to, especially if the body is used to something else. But once again, this is all part of self-defense internally. Use good filtered water to help push toxins out of the body. Understand adaptogens. Understand detoxifying agents. That's part of self-respect, is to want to do this. So that's how it flows. The shadow work that we do, which is telling ourselves the truth about the world and ourselves and our role and purpose in it, will help to develop self-respect so that you don't want the bad treatment, you don't want the slavery, you don't want the poisoning, and you're angry enough to do something about it. You're self-motivated enough to do something about it. You have respect. You say to yourself, I'm better than this. I don't deserve this treatment. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to do something about it. Then the self-defense work is you're starting to do things to say no to the existing system that diminishes its power and empowers yourself. Improving the body, improving the mind, detoxifying the body and mind. All part of internal self-defense. And then you're in a position, once you purge all of that erroneous, dream-like thinking and the harmful psychological state that you were once in, the degraded psychological state, that's, if you propagate, it's going to be harmful to others. You can get out of that, and then you could become a force for goodness. You could become a force for natural law. You could become a force for true justice in our world. Let's move on to the final slide. Ultimately, all of that is a function of courage. When it's all said and done, when it's cut and dried, and it's all laid out on the table, the ultimate force that has to be engaged is internal courage. To even begin to want to look at oneself and to lead an examined existence, to ask yourself the necessary questions that are going to tell you the truth about whether you're doing the right thing and making the required sacrifices. The dynamic that has to be developed is courage. And again, this is going to come out of the beginning of the work, of the self-work. It's going to come out of shadow work and self-respect. This has to be developed if you know you're up against dark forces and evil forces, and you're going to fight them in spite of fear. Courage is not the absence, the complete absence of fear, ladies and gentlemen. Courage is the force that you develop inwardly that makes you act and do the right thing even if you have fear present in your psychological makeup. It's right action in spite of fear. And the ultimate form of courage is when you stop worrying about dying. As I've said innumerable amount of times here on What on Earth is Happening, the fear of death is the beginning of slavery. The ultimate form of courage that we have to develop is we have to stop worrying about what bad things may happen to our body, or even what bad things may destroy our life itself. That may happen even if we choose to do the right thing, or even because we choose to do the right thing. I say go back to examples of men and women who fought in righteous wars and lost their lives. Not wars of aggression in the modern day, but righteous wars. And if they hadn't given of that ultimate sacrifice and done that ultimate holy deed, that holy action, what kind of evolutionary progress would humanity have made or still be making? Without that sacrifice, in many instances, no evolutionary progression would have been made. It would have stagnated at that point if they had rolled over, done what they were told, or just allowed themselves to be taken or killed. we wouldn't even be exploring these ideas today if that sacrifice was not made by those people. Think about how much courage that took. Some of them knowing that they weren't going to come back. And once again, I'm not talking about modern military veterans. I'm talking about the people who truly did the right thing in battle. It's an altogether different dynamic than what the modern military has. They're aggressors. We're not talking about the same thing. They don't have real courage. They're actually the bad guys following orders from psychopaths and lunatics that want to destroy instead of actually truly teach morality and protect human rights. They're not protecting anything today. I'd say to an extent World War II was righteous. And the last one really before that was the War of 1812 and the Revolutionary War. And that's just about it. There were others. The Haitian Rebellion, the Haitian Revolution. Although it again didn't long-term succeed, because any act of physical rebellion and righteous war, unless it is followed by intense moral education, is long-term doomed to failure. So we're not talking about just being quick to jump to war. We want to avert that scenario by teaching morality, by teaching objective morality and natural law. But if a sincere effort is done to morally educate the public and it is refused, what were we supposed to do? Lay down and let the psychopathic boy king and his henchmen just take us? Let Hitler and the Nazis and Himmler and the occult order that's inside the Nazis of the Black Sun just take the world? No. Physical rebellion through courage is required at some point. What we want to do is avert that bloodshed scenario by teaching moral education, teaching objective morality and natural law. And that takes courage in and of itself to do. That's an act of courage. Developing self-respect is an act of courage. Doing the shadow work is an act of courage. Doing internal self-defense to purge mental toxins and belief systems and to purge physical toxins is an act of courage. Courage underlies it all. And the force of creation, the true will of creation that is trying to move human evolutionary progress in consciousness and physically forward, totally rewards and respects internally developed courage and never respects and never rewards cowardice. There's a saying, there's a phrase that goes about in the freedom community. God hates cowards. And let me tell you something, folks. No truer words were ever spoken. You may think I'm going to be one of the New Agers or the religionists that says God doesn't hate anything. Bullshit. The force of creation that is its will, its intent, its purpose, its intelligence is entirely wholesale designed to push evolutionary progress forward in the natural domain, in the physical domain. Loves courage and hates cowardice. Courage is based on the dynamic of love, evolutionary development, true will, agape, higher love. That's what courage is a form of that. Cowardice is the destruction of that form of love. It's the destruction of agape. It's the involutionary force at work. It's the force that if we stay in it, brings shame, brings chaos ultimately, brings death, brings tyranny, which is arguably worse than death. It brings slavery, which is the worst thing in the entire universe, is barring and banning the gift of free will choice, which is the gift of the Creator and of creation itself. Destroying that is the ultimate evil, the ultimate act of evil. And that comes from internal cowardice. Allowing it to happen comes from internal cowardice. Following the orders of that evil force comes from internal cowardice. The process is, if you want to develop a true inward sense of real justice, of natural law, You want to commune with that force. You want to commune with that innate, inherent intelligence in the universe. You have to do the shadow work. That's the internal alchemical work that has to go hand in hand with the desire for justice on a worldwide scale. That desire, that intent, that's great. It's got to be present. We got to want a just society. We've got to want a society that's voluntary and based in natural law and is based in true morality. But that's only where it begins. That desire and that intent is only where it begins. You have to care enough with the sacred feminine to do the shadow work on yourself. Ask yourself why you're not actually reaching out with the voice of truth and speaking that. Why aren't you doing the great work? Why aren't you active? Why aren't you morally educating others so it grows the dynamic that you say you want to see? And that's because the shadow work has to be done to develop courage. First and foremost, that's the internal desire for real justice, for natural law, for the triumph of natural law. That's an internal aspect that is based in pure courage. And when you do that, that's when you're going to be working on your inner sacred feminine of self-respect. But courage is the force that underlies that. It underlies all of that. Once you develop that self-respect, that's going to drive your behavior. You're going to stop asking, what can I do? See, you got to ask yourself, what the fuck have I done? Why haven't I been more active? Why haven't I done more? Why, or in many cases, why haven't I done anything with my actions, with my behavior, right? And then when you do the shadow work, you'll start to develop the self-respect that's going to make you ask. It's going to make you stop asking the question, what can I do? And then you're going to simply go and do it. You're not going to sit in with the woe is me mentality of, oh, I'm probably not good enough or smart enough or motivated enough to do that. When you do that shadow work and you develop that inward sense of justice and you have the knowledge and you really know what's going on and you know who's in control, the self-respect will follow from that courage, from that act of initial courage to do that shadow work. And then you'll have the self-respect to stop asking, what can I do? And you're going to say, right now, in the moment, what will I do? Courage is the force that drives will, your willpower, and aligns it to the will of creation, and stops making it selfish will just to obtain resources, maintain a job, maintain peace and comfort in the family and in your daily life. And it makes you start asking the question, how am I going to get involved in this great work? What will I do to advance my understanding, to advance my skill sets, and to stop making excuses, and to make the required sacrifices that need to be made to simply go ahead and start doing it through your actions. The self-respect will build up to a point where you see, wow, I'm under all these multifaceted modes of attack. I'm attacked in ways that some ways I can mitigate. Some ways I can't even mitigate, right? You're not going to make pilots stop spraying chemtrails. You could try to do that by telling them that what they're doing is wrong. But you're breathing in that by no act of your own. So internally, you can mitigate it a little bit. You could filter the air with good air filters and filtration systems. And again, that's developing the self-respect to learn how to do something and then implement it through self-defense. They add toxins to municipal drinking water. Well, you mitigate it. You're not going to escape it entirely because some of your food is grown with that municipal water. Or I'd say most of it is. Any time you go out, you're going to be eating food that's grown with municipal toxic water, unfortunately, or washed with it, etc. But you can mitigate it. You can improve it. You cannot get hit as hard, right? It's like having the shields up versus having them down in Star Trek or Star Wars. If the deflector grid of the ship is up, you're going to absorb the energy weapons. You're still going to take some damage, but it's not going to be as much damage as if you get hit naked with the shields down. That's what all the people who haven't developed the self-respect to do the self-defense. See, if you don't develop the self-respect through the shadow work, you don't do the self-defense to mitigate how you're getting hit. The same strike, the same blow that's coming at you, that metaphorically is a vicious right hook, okay? It's going to hit you and it's going to shatter your jaw. It's going to hit me and I'm going to go, ooh, that hurt, man, but my jaw's intact and I'm still in the fight. You're going to be knocked out with a broken jaw that needs wiring, that needs to be hinged up. See, that's the difference between doing the shadow work, developing the self-respect, and then taking the action in self-defense, all born out of courage. It's a chain reaction. Creation rewards the courage. Fear shuts down consciousness. Creation doesn't reward it. Courage develops and moves consciousness forward evolutionary. Creation rewards it, and that gives more momentum to continue building and growing further. You got to mitigate problems. You can't be perfect about it. I still breathe the air when I go outside like everybody else. Water, taking it in from certain sources that's going to have municipal toxins like fluoride in it is unavoidable, but can be mitigated in the home. You could take your RO filtered water or distilled water with you. I cook with reverse osmosis water. I never use tap water for anything. I don't even want to put my hands in it to clean the dishes, because a lot of that will get absorbed through your skin. You can mitigate it. Filter your water, filter your air. That's all born out of self-respect. It's all a function of courage. Activate the physical body. Get the toxins out. Put good nutrition in. And then develop the courage through that shadow work and that self-respect to speak out. If we don't understand that this is what our purpose is to do at this time, to end slavery, to act rightly by speaking out, we haven't done the second truly necessary thing in conjunction with doing that alchemical shadow work and developing a true inward sense of justice and inward care for justice. We're not realizing our sense of justice and our place in as a holographic, individuated consciousness within the greater whole of consciousness. We have to take up our role and our purpose in that greater will and that greater whole. And courage is going to be the force that ultimately enables us to choose to do the right thing and make the necessary sacrifices that we need to make to go out into the world courageously and offer people moral education. Offer them truth publicly. If we develop that courage, we'll see a very drastically positive change happen in our world for the better, which is what we all say we want. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this episode of What on Earth is Happening. It concludes our revisit of fear of sacrifice in the freedom movement, and it also concludes this season of What on Earth is Happening. For everyone who will be attending the How to Become the True Media seminar, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. For everybody else, I'll see you right back here on What on Earth is Happening early next year. Remember, everybody, government is slavery. Thanks for watching. See you in the near future.